for the 15,000 American service members who Trump wants to use right now for land invasion in Venezuela. They are using you to kill and die for Wall Street.
We're at a point right now where the criminal enterprise that we are underneath has killed 83 people with missiles in the Caribbean. Shame.
Shame. They have sanctioned the people of Venezuela, stealing from the economy millions of dollars, freezing their assets, and now trying to sell their assets illegally.
We already have an understanding of what's going on. It's the presence, it's the mobilization, it's the creativity, it's the opposition of masses of people that will destroy the development and the consolidation of fascism in this country.
We have more in common with the people of Venezuela than we do with the U.S. government. U.S. imperialism, watch out! Watch out! Because the people of the United States, 70% of them, say they disagree with this war. We will flood their streets. We will let them know that we will not be complicit, that no lives, no blood will be shed for oil.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta Jardula with guest correspondent Kelly Lane.
Episode 153, Stop Asking Questions.
With special guests
Bill Binney and Dr. Katherine Horton.
And a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, here we go. Welcome everyone, all the homeless fam, wherever you're homeless from. Welcome to our space here for our Thursday show. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. We got a great show for you today on the Homeless Left, the non-tribal approach to news show. We'll be here all afternoon. It's 12 Pacific here on the West Coast. So you guys are watching whatever time frame you're in, just know we'll be here in the next, I believe, the next 4 hours or so. We got a lot of show today, a lot of stuff to get into. A lot of stuff happened since our last one. We only do these things twice a week, so it is there's always something extra we need to catch up on over that weekend, and of course all the happenings in the last 24 hours. But today's show, what we are calling it is Stop Asking Questions, which we know we're being facetious telling you that, but that's what they tell us. They tell us to feel bad if we have a concern or a complaint or even a suspicion of some wrongdoing. If it's the people that are told to us that they're looking after us, they are the state narrative, they're here to protect us, they have our back. These are the people we are not allowed to challenge and certainly not allowed to ask any questions to, but we're going to challenge that notion of not asking questions because that's why we're here. So we are fighting back against that notion. And for all you out there who have been quiet and complicit in just being silent, being cooperative, being just ready, whatever you need me to do, whatever the next shot they want me to take, whatever the next flag we're going to get behind, whatever next war we're going to start. If you've been kind of going with the flow or you don't want to look into things, maybe you're finally at a breaking point. Maybe this might be it. Maybe it might be this Venezuelan war. Maybe it might be that. You guys saw in the opening, we saw just a massive amount of protests against another fake war that we are staging in Venezuela, and people have had enough of it, and they're out in the streets, and they're telling us, they're telling the people in positions of power, we're telling them no more, enough, no more blood for oil, no more, because that's what Venezuela is about. And you guys know we've been covering that on this show for the last this entire way as it's been building up. So we're as close as we've ever been to war with Venezuela, amongst all of our other military occupations and genocides and proxy wars and regime change wars, and trying to maneuver public consent through manipulation of the media and looking for ways to to get us to comply with whatever the next thing is that we're got to get behind. So get those Ukrainian flags out of your social medias. Get those. I got my shot. We're all in this together. Get that shit out of your social medias. It's time to start thinking for yourself, and that's what we're doing here on the Homeless Left. Today, we'll be joined shortly with our co-host, Craig Pasa Jardula. Later in the show, we'll be bringing in guest correspondent KELLEY LANE and showing you guys a very, very, very important interview we did again with Bill Binney, the NSA whistleblower. You guys know him. This time with his wife, Dr. Katherine Horton. A very, very important conversation. You don't want to miss that. That's later in the show. But today we're also going to get into the Turning Point USA infiltration that we've been looking at, and Candace Owens has been a great spearheader of that investigation. We're looking at Honduras and the resistance against yet another U.S. coup. We're looking at right here in Hollywood today. It's about time we look at the Paramount takeover. It's a hostile takeover they're doing against the Netflix and Warner Brothers deal. And it's important we look at the politics in that one. And any of you guys joining us from LA, it's your first time watching us here, we got our Facebook streaming right now. So if you guys are checking us out, you don't want to miss that story because we're going to tell you exactly what is really going on and how our industry has been suffering here. But more importantly, it's the overall takeover of the surveillance state using entertainment companies to manufacture consent with us through our entertainment. We'll get to that story a little later. And then we got a loudest voice of the week for you guys as well. So let's go ahead and get started right now. I think we're all queued up. And just to remind you guys where you can find us right here on Rumble, The Homeless Left, easy to find. Little harder to find on YouTube because they got rid of our channel, The Homeless Left, and we had to start a new one. It's called THL Presents. That channel is doing pretty well. Your guys' support is very appreciated. We really we're very humbled by the way we've been able to build this channel so quickly this year. It's not even a year old, and we're appreciating all the engagement on it. And we'll take it as long as we can take it until they cancel that one, terminate another channel. We'll just start a new one, and we'll never run out of names, guys. We'll just keep coming up with names for another channel. And that's how we do it. That's how we fight. We fight back. We never stop. Okay, so with that. This is another one we haven't. If you guys are on Twitter, you can follow. You can see us live right now on Matt Weinglass and on the Homeless Left account. Follow the Homeless Left one. It's still fairly new. We haven't done too much with it, but follow that one. That'd be really cool if you guys do that. And yeah, other than that, we do have the support page on Locals. That's cool if you guys want to give a little one-time or a little, regular small contribution. It goes a long way. We really appreciate it. And then we do have, we've been bringing in new team players onto the team. I want to give a shout out to Bonzo Beans, who's helping us do some modding today. I guess mod is that's the name of the gig, and we really appreciate that on our platforms. So we look forward to that, and we also look forward to talking back with you guys, which we will do later in the show as well, where your comments on Rumble, on YouTube, even on Twitter, and Facebook today, actually. So if you guys want to chime in, we will engage with you. We will respond to your comments and make you part of the show, because you're not just watching, you're not just kicking back with with a tub of popcorn and being entertained here. You guys are participating too. That's what the show's about. We give you the tools you need to have your conversations with people, with colleagues, with friends, with family. Those conversations are important. And then we can start amplifying and elevating our society as one, because it's the people versus the power. It's no more left and right. We're done with reds and blues. We're done with the propaganda machine splitting us apart all the time, making us mad at each other and distracting us from the real problem, the real enemy, which we all have in common. And that is the oligarchy. That is the people in power. That is the donor class. That is the Zionist class. That is the war machine. We are all against that. And as soon as we figure that out, that's the last thing they want us to do. That'll make them actually scared. So their job is to keep us from figuring that out. Our job is to wake people up and figure it out, and power numbers and all that. And let's be homeless together. No more tribal think, guys. No more tribal think. Take those tribal goggles off and start using your critical thinking skills once again. And that's what we do here on the Homeless Left. Non-tribal approach to news. It's a non-tribal approach to life. Let's all be homeless together. Okay. Starting the show. We always like to kick off Tuesdays with top censored. No. Top censored news. That is on Thursdays. We'll kick today off with a real fake news update. Here we go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. We're looking at the happenings in the Maha arena, and we did get a little piece of good news when we saw that the hepatitis B shot has now officially been removed from the recommended childhood vaccine schedule. Now, of course, who's going to be freaking out about this? Well, every single news media, mainstream media outlet is having a panic attack right about now. We'll start with The Guardian. Here we go. Experts fear. There's the word fear. Oh my God. The experts are in a state of fear for U.S. childhood vaccine schedule after the hepatitis B guideline has changed. Uh-oh. This can't be good for the donor class, the pharma class. Okay, let's see what happened here. So the entire U.S. childhood vaccine schedule is now open for scrutiny. Experts say after government vaccine advisors took up discussions of the safety and the efficacy of the vaccines and their components and changed its recommendations on one crucial prevention. Several of the vaccine advisors are longtime anti-vaccine activists, and they were all chosen by Donald Trump's controversial health secretary, Robert F. Kennedy, after he fired the previous advisors in an unprecedented move to enact dramatic changes to U.S. vaccination policy. Kennedy has been a frequent critic of vaccines. And of course, you guys know, been following our show, you know that they haven't really done much of anything. These are very, very mild changes. Firing people and not putting them in jail is very mild. You always want to get a new team in place. So they did make a huge deal over the fact that he fired everyone, but none of them had to account for their crimes. What were their crimes? Their conflict of interest. They're knowing what they were pushing. They're knowing that what they were voting for every time they voted to put another product on the market that they knew weren't tested and that they were personally making profit off of. All that's illegal activity. None of them are going to jail. So The Guardian does not fully understand that there aren't really too many changes happening here. But let's look closer at this one. So this panel, again, that was put in by RFK, it wasn't a consensus here. So you certainly had people against this in the panel, but enough of them voted to make this a go. And so the landmark vote, it changes the hepatitis B recommendation. They're saying it will create confusion and access issues for family. What would be confusing about it? Maybe the families will ask questions. I don't know. Like, why would it not be recommended anymore? Maybe newborn babies don't need a shot in their body of something that's preventing an STD, which their parents and their mother has already tested negative for. Maybe they don't actually need it. That might get confusing for families who've been used to just following the rules and not asking questions. So yes, it could be confusing, as The Guardian puts it. It's really devastating to have seen what unfolded today, said Susan Wang, who is a pediatrician and a former lead for the prevention of hepatitis B at the CDC. So she's just not in a good place right now, because her job was to push as many vaccines as possible for the bottom line of what her deal was with the CDC when she used to work there. Okay, it's also laying the groundwork for destroying the rest of childhood immunization schedule. Yeah, you think? Of course it is, because you got to look at why there's 72 vaccines on the childhood schedule. That would actually be a good thing. Now, Robert Malone, as we know, who actually invented the mRNA technology that was put into the COVID vaccine and now being tried to be put into the flu vaccine. He's the vice chair right now at ACIP and an outspoken critic of vaccines. He raised doubts about the vaccination schedule, calling it the elephant in the room on Friday, which is an understatement. It certainly is an elephant, a big fat elephant in the room. The hepatitis D decision is a major misstep, he said. Oh, this isn't Robert Malone. This is another guy. His name is Oft, who decided not to show up to the panel meeting. And he said, I'm not even going to be, I don't even want to be in the same room with Malone. But he said the virus lives on surfaces for a week, making it a concern for anyone who comes into contact with it. But young children are especially vulnerable to long-term illness and death. There's no doubt in my mind this shortens children's lives. Okay, because you feel like it does? Okay. Well, because there's no studies that say this even does anything for kids. By the way, no study. There is no study available that says that the hepatitis B prevents children's deaths and shortens their lives. It does not. There is no study. So this is just feelings. This is just feelings. Why would I be a part of that? He said. It's a parody of public health. It's a clown show. No, I think it's a clown show that's being exposed. I think that's what's happening here. When you have these pharmaceutical companies that have liability waivers ever since the mid 80s, they've gotten to get away with anything they want to put on the market and not be held accountable for it. And they can hide any data they want, and everybody has to go along with it, including the media pundits who are lockstep and barrel. They're there to promote this and push it every step of the way. That is the clown show. That is the clown show. So recommending new restrictions on established vaccines with no evidence of harm means any vaccine is now up for debate. You think? Yeah, maybe it should be up for debate. That might be a good thing. That might be a good thing. Well, let's see what they did on Face the Nation on CBS when they brought Dr. Scott Gottlieb as he's very, very alarmed, very, very alarmed. The FDA policies would require annual flu vaccines to prove that the vaccine actually reduces influenza. Why would they have to prove it? I can see why he's so concerned here. All right, take it away.
We saw a big sell-off in biotech stocks following these reports that the FDA, which you used to run at the first part of the Trump administration, is now going to require one study to clinch approval of vaccines. You were one of the former commissioners who put out this really extraordinary editorial in the New England Journal of Medicine, arguing that the FDA and top vaccine regulator, Dr. Vinay Prasad, are changing policies in a way that's going to slow down new and better vaccines. What specifically is the problem you see? Because this isn't just Hep B. This is the vaccines of the future, you're saying, just won't be created.
Right. So Vinay Prasad, who is the head of the Biologics Center, also oversees the vaccine division. He also has been appointed the head of biostatistics, the chief medical officer of the agency, and the chief scientific officer. So he occupies a lot of positions. Put out a memo saying that they're going to do away with or move away from what they call immunobridging studies. These are studies that allow you, for well-validated vaccines like the flu vaccine, to be able to demonstrate each year that the vaccine, the new vaccine that's formulated against a circulating strain, can elicit antibodies that are effective against that particular strain, and that could be the basis of approval, rather than requiring new outcome studies every year to prove that the vaccine actually reduces the incidence of influenza. For established vaccines where we know that antibody production is a good correlate for immunity, this has been a long-standing practice. We do it for flu vaccine, we do it in COVID certainly, we do it for things like pneumococcal vaccine, the vaccine for pneumococcal disease, where we look at serotypes, circulating bacterial serotypes. This allows us to update vaccines as these viral and bacterial strains change and as the composition of the strains change.
So what he's talking about is this speed of science, that we should have a free pass to move at the speed of science. You guys remember that one? That was during COVID. So he's saying we got to keep having that luxury, but when we have to test the damn thing to see that it actually works on the thing, that's going to hold us up. That's what he's saying. And we can't afford that. Our shareholders can't afford that pause. Not to mention, if the thing doesn't work, then we can't go make money off it. And we have to go figure out how to make it work. And the big problem and the conundrum, we should understand by now, if you guys spent any time during COVID figuring this out, we took some time figuring this out. We talked about the fact that you can't keep up with the new strain. It's impossible. By the time you get the previous strain done with and locked in, there's a new strain. And that's the problem with every single one of these viruses. That's the problem with every flu season, every year. None of them are actually going to the thing that it's saying it's going to. What he's saying is we can't stop the speed of science, or we're not going to be able to do the thing we want to do, which is get as many of these products out as freaking possible. We can't do that if there is this gap of time where we have to test the thing on the actual thing, not on the previous year, but the one right now. And that's going to take too effing long. So trust the science. That's the other thing he's saying without saying it, but we understand the methodology here. It's trust the science, it's speed of science, and it's all those stuff. You guys know we're all in this together. No one way to do it, no complaints. That's it. So that's the damage control. I don't even call this damage control. This is just the state decided narrative. And also part of that article, which you guys still understand, is that there's this weird assessment that this current team led by RFK Jr. is going crazy with all these changes. He's not. So any of you guys watching this that are concerned that our entire schedule is being uplifted right now, it's not. These are little tiny baby steps. And guess what? You still can get all of these jabs. They're not going off the market. The recommendation might be going away, but they're not going off the market. You can get as many jabbity jabs as you want for your little kid. You can get all 72. You can get 10 on one day in some cases. However, if you're obsessed with this, go for it. No one's going to stop you from pricking your kid 72 times if that's what you want to do. The recommendation might not be there as strong, and that's at least a little baby step. Now, here's the part of the story that is more concerning for us, because we know that Dr. Marty Makary, who has been the FDA commissioner, who can go around and say the things we're saying and be more clear about it, that these things don't work, that hepatitis B should have nothing to do with the newborn baby, period. He should be saying that. He's not. Look what he is saying. And this is concerning because he's taking these little tiny, very delicate steps, and it's actually having the opposite effect. And I wonder if that is on purpose or if it's sloppy. You guys decide. Is this on purpose or is it sloppy? Check it out.
We want to prevent it. Rates have come down significantly over the recent decades, and that's because of hepatitis B vaccination and best practices around awareness. I want to see kids protected from hepatitis B.
So he's saying that the statistics are completely, we're totally understand that kids having this, little newborn babies having hepatitis B is obviously a good thing. He just wants to take out the recommendation. But he's saying, no, we're not challenging the thing itself. We're saying it's cool. So the problem with that, and this is what the reporter is going to get him on, is you can't say the thing is cool and say, we'll see. She actually pushes back on this because it doesn't really make sense. If you're saying the thing is actually good to go and it's totally fine, this is going to be the response to that.
CIP is looking to pull back those recommendations on the medication, on this protocol that's had that 40-year track record of safety and efficacy. In your mind, how does that square with your
safety and efficacy? Ha. Okay. But no, 40-year track record. She got that part right. 40 years of no challenging. Not just do whatever you want. Just whatever. Get as many of these out as possible. No one will challenge it for 40 years. Yes. Okay. Here it comes.
Push to speed up drug approvals?
I don't see it as pulling back. I see it as providing a nuanced and balanced perspective where the evidence supports hepatitis B vaccination, that is in moms with hepatitis B positive tests or the test has not been done and it's unknown, versus a delayed recommendation. I think they're talking really about the nuance Ultimately, the government is not your doctor, and we think physicians who know this literature can and will continue to make good recommendations.
But you're going to set the guidelines and the recommendations, and doctors generally defer to the government recommendations, correct?
We'll see what they decide.
We talked.
So yeah, she's saying you're setting recommendations, but you're saying we just want to kind of stay out of it. You guys can decide for yourself. So I believe this very nuanced approach might be having the opposite effect, because it looks like he's trying to do two things at once. He's trying to say, no, do the thing, do it all yourself. We're just not going to force you to, but we don't want to intervene. So we're going to stay over here, but we're not going to actually recommend it. And we know that you guys follow recommendations of the FDA and CDC. That's what you do. You follow those things. So it's kind of, rather than what he could have just said, and I think we know why he didn't, but what he could just say is these things have absolutely no benefit to a little kid. If you know that the mother has come up positive with Hep B, that would be the only reason. That would be the only reason to use it. That's it. That would be it. Why can't you just say that? That's the only reason you would get that vaccine to a little kid, if their mother was positive for Hep B. That's it. There's no other reason. But he can't say that, can he? But the narrative is crumbling around all of these vaccines. We know the previous CDC director has put this out. This is huge. Former CDC director calls for removal of mRNA COVID-19 vaccines. And he says, I really would like to see the mRNA vaccine used curtailed, the use of it curtailed. And personally, I like to see it eliminated, because I think there's too many unknowns. That is Dr. Robert Redfield, and he was in an interview with Epoch TV, and he said that very clearly. And he's a former CDC director who now, with his expertise and experience, has said publicly, this is no good. It needs to be pulled off the market, period. And it's too bad more people in the current administration can't be this, have this much conviction, because none of them are really doing it. They only did it during the campaign trail. They're not doing it right now. And this is not going to make any news, because the fake news doesn't want you to know about this. And that's why we're telling you. Jimmy Dore says, it's no big deal. It's just the former head of the CDC saying mRNA vaccine should be pulled off the market. Now, everyone I know in Hollywood can go back to pretending this didn't happen, that they weren't lied to on a scale their brains can't comprehend. And anyone who questions COVID vax is a bad person. And like we say here, guys, don't ask questions. Stop asking questions. Let them do their job. This is it. Go back to the way it was. COVID's in the rearview mirror. Nothing to talk about. Nothing to see here. And that's it. That's your real fake news update. Not brought to you by Pfizer. All right. I think we're moving on here. Let's see. I think we're ready to bring in Craig here. Let me make sure he's ready to go. Okay. Okay, let's see. We'll go ahead and do a quick little 2-minute, and we'll be right back here with Craig Pasta Jardula, and we're gonna look at Venezuela, Honduras, and we got that HOLLYWOKE story for you guys too, the Paramount deal coming right up, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. We're back, guys. Ready for some more show. Welcome everyone to the Homeless Left. And yeah, we're seeing you guys coming in here, and thanks to our mod Bonzo Beans helping us out, and a bunch of other people in there. We're seeing you guys trickle in. Okay, let's go ahead and get to our next story. Let's go ahead and bring in our co-host for today. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Craig Pasta Jardula.
Yeah, I wanted to talk smack about the Lakers, but they're like a half a game ahead of the Knicks right now. For the overall, it looks like we're both started off on some good years in second place in our respective leagues. Second place in the West for the Lakers, second place for the Knicks in the East. I made 3 out of my 4 fantasy football playoff leagues, so I'm happy about that. Wanted to go 4 for 4, but can't be too stingy. So pretty good.
Hey, man, we got love for the Knicks. We're not we got no problems. We got no problems there. You just know what we think about the Celtics, and that's about it. And those Clippers we don't think about anymore really these days. They're irrelevant. But yeah, man, that's cool. We're both doing well. Very good.
I got hate for the Lakers, so
I don't know where I don't know what everybody has. It's bizarre to me how much hate. It's a lot of hate.
They're like the Yankees. You should envy it. You should love to be hated because you were so good for so long, and you know what I'm saying. And you gotta relish that. I wish everybody hated the Mets, but they don't because they don't harm anybody.
Because they're not. Yeah, they're not relevant. That's right. Not relevant.
Semi-relevant, but
hey, you're right about the love-hate thing because there's nothing worse than when people have no opinion of you, right? We all a lot, especially in this arena, right? We go through here and we have you get the lovers and then you get the haters, and the haters are part of that's what you sign up for, right? Especially if you're making an impact. So you make an impact, the more of an impact you make, you got trolls, you got people coming after you, but the people that have no opinion at all, that might be a little more irritating, right? Because we go, wait a minute, no, you were affected, not at all affected by anything. No, I'll take it or leave it. That's more infuriating than the haters, I think. But so
I gotta really say this, not because I'm a Knicks fan. I just love my Knicks team because I love this whole Villanova, Brunson, Hart. You guys had Josh Hart. You know how hard he plays and how scrappy, and he does all the little things that all the other players don't want to get down and dirty with. He can be a scorer for you, a rebounder. I mean, he leads the team in rebounds, and we got 2 7-footers on our team. And any given game, he'll lead the team in rebounds. I mean, he's just amazing. OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges are both some of the best two-way players. They play defense as well as offense. I love the team. But I got to admit, you are my friend. You're a basketball player. There's a lot of other friends I have that are Dodger fans too as well. So there is kind of like, all right, well, if the Lakers do good, that's good for Matt. But this relationship between Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic is so much fun. Just
it is fun.
The way, I'm
glad you admitted that.
Press Luka's buttons, and Luka's acting like he's like, no, this guy's not my friend. He's a clown. It's like it's a lot of fun over there. So it's taking away from the whole LeBron thing. So I really can't wait for LeBron to move on and these guys to continue to play with each other. There was talks that the Knicks were going to try to make a move to trade for Austin Reeves at one point. How valuable of a player he is, but it's really fun to see that relationship blossom and the fun they have with each other over there.
It's great, man. I mean, this is the most exciting season we've had since the bubble, but which I thought was
which was like not really a season. That was just like a
man, no, that was pretty wild. A lot of people bitching and whining, but nothing like that had ever happened before. Nothing like that will ever happen again.
Yeah, I don't count it.
Like Survivor Island, and the people got
not really a championship worth fucking holding up. It was kind of like an asterisk next to it,
No. You don't
have the players that want to play.
You don't put an asterisk next to I mean, come on. This is
you can brag about it if you want. I'd rather brag about the championships I won with Worthy and Magic and Showtime and Kurt Rambis.
Oh yeah, we brag about all of them.
Those are worth bragging about. But the bubble,
that was a unique deal. And only one team came out of that, and that's we'll look back on that. You're gonna have a different perspective years from now. We'll look back on that and go, that was a very interesting, unique time. They basically locking everybody in a bubble for 4 months. And do you have what it takes to survive? It was like Survivor Island, and they give $1 million to the winner of Survivor for a reason, because it's this: do you have the capacity to stay? Do you have the mental strength to stay?
No, it's because they have sponsors.
That was the thing.
Hand over foot to pay to have that shit on TV. So they got to spend that money, right? Please.
There were teams that left because they couldn't handle the mental stress. The Clippers were one. They just left. They said, we can't do it, and they folded. That's a compliment to who stuck it out.
Okay,
Those
Matt.
two teams. I'm telling you,
I'd rather save our arguments for the did the Israeli things do it? Did the Candace Owens deserve? I'd rather brag on you for those reasons rather than go back and forth with the Lakers and King James.
Well, then why did you come in? Why did you come into the show with your Lakers Knicks talk, huh?
Well, I didn't think you'd go and pull out the bubble. Like, really, I thought we'd at least get away from that. I was giving you compliments on the Lakers teams, but you had to go to the bubble. You had to go to the bubble, bro.
Yeah. I appreciate the acknowledgement.
I underestimated that.
No, it's all good. Well, you know what? Let's just enjoy.
You're wearing a purple shirt today too.
Yeah. What's that?
You're wearing a purple shirt today too. So
I'm doing the Lakers today. It just felt right. It just felt right today. But I don't have any. We got yellow on the banners, and I got the purple shirt, so we're good. Or we can call it gold. It's gold. It's gold. I think it's gold in our logo too. It's the like kind of a light red and a little gold outline there with the T and the T now. So yeah, we're all Lakers.
Well,
today.
anyways, listen. When I come to town, we'll go see. We'll catch a game together, right? So let's do that. I'd love to go watch a Laker game with you. And you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
I have a lot of friends from Boston and New York who are Yankee fans and Boston fans. So I've always rooted for them when they won, despite not liking their teams at all. You know what I'm saying? I'd still be happy for my friends. And when the Lakers win, you are the person I think about now. Well, at least Matt's happy. So
good.
I got that.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I hope the Knicks continue to do well as well. For your sake, man. I'm with you.
Well, I'm not hoping that the Lakers continue to do well. Let's not go that
you're not.
far.
Okay.
I'm just saying when they do win, I'm happy for you.
Okay. Appreciate it.
I'll leave it at that.
All right. We'll leave it at that. All right. Let's start off with the Honduras story. Because
what's going on in Honduras?
What's going on in Honduras? Apparently, there was another U.S. coup attempt that took place. We were covering that last week, and here's where we are with that. We had the Libre Party. They have now resolved to confront electoral fraud in the Honduras.
That's Xiomara Castro, by the way. That's the existing president and the wife to Manuel Zelaya with her hand on the microphone. She's the first female president of Honduras, by the way. So.
Good for people to know that. That's great. I didn't know that she was first one.
Xiomara. Yeah, with an X. Yeah.
Awesome. No, so with a call to its members to mobilize permanently, the ruling Liberty and Refoundation Party, that's Libre, of Honduras is determined to stand up against what it considers ongoing election fraud. And so this is what they spell out. I'm going to put this we'll put the thing on. She speaks in Spanish. We'll put it up there on mute. But this is what the translation, this is what she's telling the crowd, and we'll put that up in a second. But these are the demands or what they're doing. They're saying what they're doing is to declare a total nullity to the election subjugated to the electoral coup by Donald Trump and the traitorous bipartisanship. Number two is to demand the issuance of national and international arrest warrants for the criminal, and this is the drug trafficking boss that was released by Donald Trump just a couple weeks ago, traitor to the homeland, Juan Orlando Hernandez. So she wants to have accountability on that and get him arrested. And back in he had a 45-year sentence that was just taken away. 3, to demand that no elected candidate from Libre join without party authorization. And 4, National Assembly and national and permanent mobilization. It seems that Libre proves to be the only party with the dignity and courage to defend national sovereignty and confront foreign interference. Here she is. I'll keep that on there, but this is on mute here. But she goes through the whole thing right there. And then I saw what happened here, and just on cue, and I think Craig, you predicted this. Obviously, you talk about these fake neocons that are literally exposing themselves. They pretend to be, against the deep state. They pretend to be against, all these big operations going on. They're calling out this, calling that, but yet when we have business in Latin America, they get right on board with all of the talking points, all the neocon talking points. And it seems that this is the type of thing that a lot of people listen to. And it's kind of effed up. This is what Roger Stone tweeted out. She and her narco-Marxist drug trafficking friends lost. We won't tolerate communists in our hemisphere. No Venezuela, no Cuba, and no communist Honduras. Pasta chimed in on that one. Back in full neocon mode for the so-called populist right. This is just more proof that people like Roger Stone don't understand life in Honduras and don't actually stand on principle. They were never about peace, free speech, or civil liberties, just team sports politics. No different than loyal Democrat voters.
Yeah. I'm going to start saying that, Matt Weinglass from the Homeless Left says that a lot of these people are just not standing principled, right? Like that's the thing. They don't stand on principle. They're not about principles. As the great worm from the movie Friday would say, it's all about principality. They have none. And they are just team sports players, just like the Democrats were. I think we have to open up to this through and through. And a lot of this anti-communist stuff, if you want to put that Roger Stone comment up again, when he says no communists in our hemisphere, who are we to decide what another country's government, especially when it's their economic system, who are we to decide what they should choose and what they shouldn't choose? I mean, this is crazy. No communists in our hemisphere, so no socialism, communism. And here's the thing, Matt. When we were there in 2021, me and Fiorella, I remember there was an election presentation. So we were there. The Libre Party brought us on in to say, come ahead, observe the elections. We'll give you full credentials. We'll do them through the CNE, which is the governing body of Honduras that allows for election observation. At that particular time, the Juan Orlando Hernandez government was still in power, and it was the Nacional Party. So they weren't even the governing body, but they said, come on in, take a look. They had a meeting about what the elections are like. And at that particular time, Xiomara Castro, the wife of Manuel Zelaya, was running. And Manuel Zelaya was in charge of the Libre Party of observing the elections because he understood there would be some fraud coming or potential fraud coming. A lot of the neighboring states had talked about their issues with elections. Colombia had issues for years. Honduras, Nicaragua had issues back in the days. So after that meeting had broke, we went and we talked to a Libre Party representative. And it happened to be the financial advisor for the Libre Party. And the first question that me and Fiorella had asked him is like, okay, when you guys win the election, if and when you win the election, what are the first commodities or resources you plan to nationalize? And they said, we're not going to nationalize any of our commodities right now off the top of our head. We have no plans to do so. Me and Fiorella were very surprised because usually in a socialist country, when you're poor and you're fending off the empire, you want to hold on to your resources. You want to use your resources to enrich your people. And if you're a party like the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, like the Libre Party in Honduras, right? You nationalize resources that are going to lift up the poor. Right. You provide infrastructure, healthcare, schooling, all those things right now that are necessary for the poor to be lifted up and have a good life with dignity. So we had thought they were going to somehow nationalize some resources, right? No, not at all. We're going to just open up the free market for honest bidding. In other words, Manuel Zelaya, if he's anything, is more close to a democratic socialist, right? Which is still a capitalist. Same with the Libre Party, same with Xiomara, than they are to like what's going on with the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. There are less social programs, I would say, in Honduras, and I don't know this for a fact, but from what I had gained, than some other countries, right? So it's not like this full-blown communist where they're controlling everything across the board. Like I said, Manuel Zelaya, Xiomara Castro are capitalist. They have social programs that help the poor. Their biggest mistake was they're joining a military alliance when Manuel Zelaya was couped with ALBA, joining a military alliance with Nicaragua, joining a military alliance with Cuba, Venezuela. That's when they had him removed because that's what this is all about. It's not about drug trafficking.
Of course.
Juan Orlando Hernandez was released, right? He got caught, Matt, with 400 tons of cocaine bringing into the United States. 400 tons. So this is not about drugs when he's blowing up vessels in Venezuela. This is all geopolitical. This is making sure that you stop doing business with the Chinese because that's what they did when they said, we're going to open up. The Chinese companies started coming in. And the Chinese are going to pay top dollar for a lot of the commodities and resources. So that's what this is about, to put a bridge between China and South America and Latin America, Central America in this case, right? And to make sure there's no military alliances with these leftist governments And I'm talking about true leftist governments. I'm talking about economically leftist governments, right? Making sure there's no alliance within each other. When Xiomara Castro got elected, when we were there in 2021, she went to go to her Congress to get sworn in, and two people from the Libre Party had flipped. That's why she made that comment about the Libre Party with nobody, moving around and doing that. What they did is that the United States had their patsies planted within that Congress to cause chaos, to let Honduras know. Kamala Harris went down there. Doesn't make a difference, Democrat or Republican, to let them know, don't think you're going to get too loosey and do what you want, because we still have a lot of hand in what goes on in your country. Sorry.
Yeah, and that's good when you brought up, because we know that anytime there's a movement against the war machine, against the capitalist imperialist machine, you're going to have infiltration. So absolutely, she's covering the basis on, we're going to look out for that. We know those techniques, we know those tactics. It's infiltration. They always do that. So that's what. So those putting those barriers up is important, and that's. I'm glad you pointed that one out. As far as the Roger Stone comment, which is important because he's not unique saying this. I'll put it up again. This is not uniquely Roger Stone. This is a mantra, a neocon mantra that's also neo-lib as well, because we know that Democratic Socialists, as you mentioned, Democratic Socialists are also for stopping these communist dictators. We've heard Memdani also talk about that, and you're just like, how can a guy who they packaged him as this far radical lefty, how can he also have a problem with this? And he probably wouldn't have a problem with it with a tweet like this. He probably wouldn't word it this way, but he wouldn't have a problem with this either. But the communists, let's make no mistake about communists. This is not a factual assessment. This is just a feeling, and you could replace communists with any other one of these feelings that we get into our lexicon. It could be anti-Zionist or anti-Semite, right? It could be there's a lot of things you could put into that context. Terrorist, that's a good one. We just call them terrorists. We won't tolerate terrorists in our hemisphere. Those are feelings, because we can label someone whatever we want to label it, and then categorize it as this is a no-no. Stay away from this person. We're going to take care of it. And then you justify actions to take care of the problem, which you identified the problem, and just because you decided to. So that's what they're doing to our English language, and there's not going to be too much pushback. So I'm glad you pushed back on this, Craig, because where are the principle? I think that's really the thing. It's where did everybody's principle go? Because you're not challenging anything. You're picking and choosing when you want to be angry about something, and then you're getting everybody manufacturing more consent for more war.
Yeah. The principal ones are the people who are watching this, right? We're the principal ones. They're the principal ones, because we matriculate and move towards, principled values, and there's been times when people in the Democratic Party have been upset with me for my stance on certain things because I remain principled. And there's been times when people on the populist right have cut me off or blocked me because I've been principled. You know what I'm saying? These people have not been. They've been nothing more than cheerleaders. They're completely exposed. I think there was a position where a lot of us held that we hoped that Donald Trump was against the deep state, was going to rattle things up, but he's clearly serving their purpose, and he's advancing the technocratic age, the surveillance state, and he was actually brought in to be put in play for these South American and Latin American issues. The fact that he could release Juan Orlando Hernandez as he's bombing vessels saying these are narco terrorists is beyond hypocritical. It blows my mind. And just the other day, this dumbass said about 5 days ago that the video, when they double tapped, and when I mean double tapped, I'm sure you talked about it on the show, blew up a boat, 11 people on it, 9 are dead, 2 people are hanging on to life. There's rules of engagement. And when people are in distress, like for instance, if you shoot down a jet and a guy parachutes out and he's flying down, as a fighter, you can't fire at that guy. You got to let him land safely and take him hostage, right? They got to do the same thing when they're at sea. If they're floating a boat, you're not allowed to kill them. Well, they double tapped and killed the other 2 people, right?
Yeah.
So they wanted to kill any bit of evidence or any pushback against them whatsoever. They did that. Donald Trump said they would release the tape. Then he was asked 2 days ago, would you do that? And he says, I never said that. Fake news. This guy is just beyond the pale right now, guys. He is worse than Obama. Worse than Obama.
And if you guys missed that reference Pasa just made, this is somebody put the 2 tapes together so you guys can see what a difference a couple of days make. Here we go.
You said you would have no problem with releasing the full video of that strike on September 2nd off the coast of Venezuela. Secretary Hegstead now says...
You said that. I didn't say that. This is ABC fake news.
You released video of that first boat strike on September 2nd, but not the second video. Will you release video of that strike so that the American people can see for themselves what happened?
I don't know what they have, but whatever they have, we'd certainly release. No problem.
So, I mean, he's in a bind there. Not that he's going to be held accountable for that. He can always just say fake news and you suck and you're, oh, I know you. You're that dumb reporter or next person. He just does that. That's his thing. And he gets away with that. But obviously, you know, you just put two videos together, you can see he's clearly lying. Well, why did he put himself in this corner? I believe it's because he's not in charge. Pete Hegseth, he's the most vocal about being the Secretary of War. He's the most vocal about rules of engagement or they don't apply. He's told us his backstory, how he thinks it's stupid. He thinks rules of engagement are stupid. He's told us that. He doesn't want rules of engagement. He wants total annihilation. So he stands behind the double tap, and Trump's in a bad spot. Well, I don't even say bad spot because he can get away with this because he can just say, oh, yeah, we'll look at it. No, I never said we'll look at it, and moving on. And that's it. And meanwhile, you got people very upset about this double tap, rightfully so. But I'll tell you this, Craig, I want to hear your take on this. But my feeling on the double tap is that the response from the left, or the anti-Trump, let's call them the anti-Trump group, the response is rightfully so. How dare you get away with that? There needs to be accountability for that second tap because there were 9 people killed originally. We want justice for the 2 people that were killed that shouldn't have been killed. My theory on this is that is a play designed to make us all agree without talking about it. We all kind of unanimously accept that the first 9 people killed in the first tap is okay. And I think that's the problem is you're educating us about, oh, that second tap, that's the one we need. Pete Hegseth needs to go to jail for this. But guess what? No one's going to jail. That's not happening. So it's just a bunch of So I think this is a distraction. And Trump can say one day, oh, we'll look at it. The next day say I never said it. And that's going to be the end of it. And meanwhile, you got people saying, no, this is a big deal. We got to hold this administration accountable for the person number 10 and person number 11 that were killed. Again, no mention of the first 9 that never should have been killed in the first place. And I think that's the game here. And when I say no one's going to jail, that's what we mean. Nobody's actually going to be held accountable. And I would say this to anybody still thinking that there's this left versus right. We're going to take Trump down. We're going to take down the king. The king's going to go down. Ask yourself this. If it's about taking the king down, dethroning the king, why hasn't the Democrats issued a official impeachment inquiry about these boat murders? Why won't they?
Because they have the same policies towards Venezuela as the Republicans. Exactly. They might not be as vocal and do what they're doing right now. And you're absolutely right, Matt. These killing of these boats are as illegal as is. And for me, I look like they're just going to continue to push it because Donald Trump can say one thing and get away with it because his followers are going to go, follow him no matter what. And by the way, the 400 tons over the course of 10 years is 40 tons a year, which is still 80,000 pounds of cocaine coming in. 80,000 pounds a year came in for 10 years from Juan Orlando Hernandez. Just want to point that out because it is important to point it out. It wasn't at one shot. It was over the course of somewhat time. I'd have to look into the logistics of that. I just knew he brought in close to 400 tons. But with that being said, it's not about drugs. And what the Republicans are doing is they're doing the same thing as the Democrats, but the Democrats do with hate speech. They use the term hate speech. That means they can censor anything, silence it. Go ahead. They're doing the same thing with terrorism. They're using terrorism as an excuse to slap the name terrorism on them. That means the rules of engagement don't apply to you. There's a video out there with Pete Hegseth complaining about the rules of engagement.
Yeah, exactly.
This is ridiculous that he's saying, and people are buying it. And this is designed. This whole Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, it was all by design because one side pushes so hard that the other side looks like a gift coming in, like an upgrade of sorts. And that's what Gavin Newsom looks like right now. If you were just looking on the paper, you'd say, okay, Gavin Newsom were to run against Donald Trump, the majority of people who don't have a lot of knowledge of what's going on politically, who don't see the establishment as the same, who do look at the difference between the small differences between Republicans and Democrats, they're going to welcome Gavin Newsom with open arms. And since it's a closed system where it's a two-party duopoly, which is just really a two-party illusion, this is how the ruling class plays the game. And the Democrats will further things that Donald Trump can't. The way Donald Trump is furthering things in the technocratic state that Joe Biden couldn't do. So this is a game that's being played in front of us, and anybody who's playing these games, right? Like this whole anti-communist movement that Roger Stone is playing to is not so much about being an anti-communist, Matt. It's more about being a pro-capitalist. It's more about keeping the status quo, right? They don't want to dissect the proper things that need to be examined about communism that will be beneficial to the everyday working class person, right? The working rights, whatnot. Of course, too much concentrated control in one particular party or person is never good, but their whole game, Candace Owens, same thing, right? It's all about saying that there are issues with empire, but it's okay. There are issues with capitalism, but it's still the better of the two. That's what this is about. And that's the game they are playing right now.
Yeah. Well, there's certain people stepping up saying no war with Venezuela. We showed at the opening of the show, we showed you guys that there were massive protests around our country saying no to war with Venezuela. 45 states did it. I think they coordinated that on Sunday. But yeah, there's and we missed this one from last week, but the Pope Leo urges Trump not to use military force to oust Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. So it's good that we're seeing vocal. Yeah, he said he issued a direct appeal to the administration of Trump, urging against the use of military force to remove Maduro. And he suggests that dialogue or economic sanctions. Why? Of course, the economic sanctions. That's always the fallback, right? But no, dialogue. Yeah. How about that? That phone call we heard about was very strange, very odd, where Trump reported. I don't even remember the phone call where Trump reported, Fox News reported that Trump was giving. Said, no, Maduro, you had your chance. And Maduro was begging, please let me get out, me and my family get out safely. I'll do anything you say. I'll right. I'll get you. We'll stop having fake elections. I'll do whatever you want, Mr. Trump. And Trump was like, no, dude, you had your chance. That's being reported on Fox. That didn't happen. That actually did not happen. So I don't know if real dialogue could ever happen, but it's good to see that the Pope Leo is telling us not, don't do it. But Venezuela, they're ready to go, man. These guys are, this is a militia of the people. They're armed. They're ready. They're not going to stop. Let me just play this one. We saw this one come up. This is the Venezuelan military telling us they are ready to do this, and they're ready to do it for a long time, however long it takes.
5,600 combatientes.
5,600 revolutionary. So, wait, hold on. Let me see that. So they're saying we have, because the numbers kind of change, but this is what they're saying 5,600 revolutionary socialist fighters. And today, more than ever, deeply Chavistas, trained under the tactical method of revolutionary resistance. We talked about this before, Craig. This is not a joke. In the perfect popular military and police fusion. Know this, my Major General. These fighters, these men and women who are in formation today will show the country, will show the entire world that Venezuela commands respect. Venezuela has an armed force, united with the people, fused, trained, prepared, and motivated. Under no circumstance will we allow the invasion of an empire. If the homeland needs us, if the homeland demands our lives, give us the order, and we will immediately go out to defend it. Look at that. That's not a joke. We don't have anything like that here. I'll tell you that. So there we go. That's where we're at. We need more people, in our camp, our homeless camp here, calling it out, both sides. And I say, if there's one takeaway here from all the people that are still saying Emperor Trump this, Emperor Trump that, this is way bigger than Trump. That's my analysis here, guys. Way bigger than Trump. Both parties are for this. If it was all about taking down Trump, all you'd have to do is start the impeachment process right now. You could do it very, very easily. There's a reason they're not doing it, and you should get curious, if you're not curious by now, of why they all seem to be in lockstep and barrel together. All of them. They're all for this imperialist policy. There's no such thing as red and blue. There's no such thing as left and right. It's people versus power.
Yeah. And I'm just very afraid of how the Democrats are going to spin this to get you back on their bandwagon. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to attempt to do that. It almost seems like Donald Trump is going way over the top right now to usher in the Democrats so they can get that stuff done. Because right now, the one-term president thing seems good for whatever side they want to get, whatever agenda they want to push on either side. Like I said, Donald Trump pushing the whole technocratic agenda and handing things over to Palantir, our whole data, you know what I'm saying, or the data mining that's taking place. And now, getting ready people to get them on a real ID, the border shit, get you on the grid. It's just, it's scary. And we need to reject the two parties no matter what, because they both suck. They're the same. Yeah.
They're the same. All right. You want to do the Paramount story?
Let's do it.
Okay. Just got to set up.
Educate me.
I'm going to walk you through this because this is one of the reasons we actually put the show on my Facebook. I'm still trying to set up the Homeless Left Facebook for some reason, StreamYard doesn't want to, or they don't want to share it.
They don't want to cooperate, do they?
It's too new or some bullshit. It's too new. But so I'm on my personal Facebook right now because I wanted to see if any of our colleagues, friends, and entertainment associates here happen to stumble by and see what we're talking about, because I know it's affecting everybody here right now. In fact, this whole industry has been upside down on its head for the last 5 years, and people living here know that. They know that. So I'm just setting this up. Okay, I think we're ready for this one. We're gonna call it This Week in HOLLYWOKE because, I mean, why the hell not? This is the epitome of it. And I told you guys, HOLLYWOKE isn't just about DEI and wokeness and all this shit. It's also about aligning with Israel, CIA operations, the way all of our screenplays, all of our big films, they all have not just the stamp of approval, but they're actually pushed initially through that complex, the Israel, US, CIA, military industrial complex. It's all part of this industry. So now more than ever, if you haven't been noticing, this is the time to notice. So I'm going to go ahead and throw the intro on, and we're going to get to this story. Here we go. It's This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Today I'm with Craig Pasta Jardula, and boy, do we have some not so good news coming right out of here in La La Land. If you guys haven't heard yet about Paramount, who is now heavily involved with a deal that had just gone down with Netflix. If you guys didn't heard, Netflix officially bought Warner Brothers, and all of the circumstances of that, all of the different details were being worked out. People were starting to get used to the fact that those franchises within those franchises were going to merge together, get used to that. But unfortunately, a new curveball has been put into the works, and that is Zionist-owned Paramount TV. The Ellisons are now front and center with this story. It looks like Paramount isn't letting the Netflix deal happen with Warner Brothers, well, at least without a fight. So still fresh off the completion of its own mega merger. As you guys know, the Ellisons have been buying up all of these media properties and looking at TikTok as well, which we've been covering. So you got the TikTok situation, you got CNN, you got all these other companies. Ellisons have already owned MTV and all those. There's CBS. There's all of these entities. CBS is a big one because you got now the head of, they appointed Barry Wise, big old psychopath Zionist. So we're talking about media, right? Media is not just news, it's entertainment. And now it's indistinguishable because it's all state propaganda coming through the same individual source, which seems to be this Ellison empire. So what is Paramount up to? How are they able to do this? Paramount is staging a hostile bidding war in an attempt to disrupt this merge between Netflix and Warner Brothers. Discussing film says Paramount is launching a hostile takeover bid to buy Warner Brothers. They're going directly to shareholders with a bid valued at $108 billion. Let's hear little David Ellison. That's Larry's son. He's going to explain it to you what happened. He's also going to tell you something else that's very important. David Ellison feels like he's the victim here. He's going to tell you that on CNBC. Check it out. I'm not kidding. He's a victim. Here we go.
You were disadvantaged in this process. And if you were, what can you cite to prove, in fact, that somehow you were not on a level playing field and having your offer considered with their offer?
So I do think that there was an inherent bias towards us. If you look at it, we
Towards
fundamentally
them, an inherent bias towards them.
Correct. We put the company in play.
Yes.
Which again we don't think was particularly taken well.
No, I think that actually starts you off on a potentially bad foot when you're making an unsolicited bid for a company.
But look at what we did with our last offer. We literally submitted $30 a share in cash. Never got a phone call. Never got a single markup of basically our merger agreement. Never got a response. And that's why we're here today. We're here to finish, to make sure that we can take directly to shareholders the offer that we sent to the board.
So you never got a response from that last?
Not one time.
And did you indicate that that was best and final at the time, or perhaps say that it wasn't?
No. So actually, the last communication that I had with David Zaslav is I made it incredibly clear in text message. This is all going to be public for everybody to see, that we addressed all of the issues that they asked for, and very specifically.
He's talking about Warner Brothers, David Zaslav. That's who he's trying to come in there and say, hey, don't forget about us. We want to play too. Stop. It's not fair, man. It's not fair. Okay.
That our offer was not best and final. And so when we literally delivered a $30 per share, all cash offer, we never heard back.
So he was trying to do it around or off the grid, which seems like that they can't. He's going to make him an offer he can't refuse. Well, people are calling this out right away. They're saying, man, this is the worst battle of all time, the battle for Warner Brothers, and both choices suck ass. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but between Netflix and Paramount, I hope Netflix would be the winner, and would be a good choice, Spider-Man Shark, because here's what's really going on here. Paramount launching this hostile bid is actually not good news at all. We must fight this with everything we got. Call your reps, protest, push for the Netflix deal. Paramount is run by the Ellison family, who proudly funds the IDF carrying out the genocide in Gaza. If they win, expect hoaxes and propaganda instead of shows we actually enjoy. And that's pretty right on the money. Of course, it's not like we don't get that anyway. It's just going to be, I would reword that and say the faucet's going to be turned on full blast with propaganda and hoaxes. We already have it running, but now it'll be full blast. So that would be the difference.
Yeah.
Who
are the main stakeholders in Netflix? Is it the Chinese and Alibaba, or
the main shareholders in Netflix? I need to get that accurate.
I thought it was there was a Chinese parent company in there, right?
I think China has a big stakeholder in Netflix. Yes.
Alibaba, I believe.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Right.
That's correct. But what is Ellison up to? David and his father Larry, what are they up to? People have to understand it's not just that they're pro-Israel. It's more than that. There's a and it's not just an emotional bond, or I feel like I have to have my work reflect Israel. There is a business relationship with Oracle with Israel. It's very important people understand that business relationship. It's intel. This is the stuff we talked with Bill Binney. We're going to show you guys that interview later today. We talk about how Oracle, all of these little programs that are designed to collect data. That's what Oracle's job was before he turned it into this private company outside of Israel. He was hired to collect data with Oracle for Israel. That was what Larry Ellison started as. And so you got to understand, why would a guy like that get involved in the entertainment industry to begin with? What would that even make any sense? If you're into surveillance and collecting data and tech in that regard, what is your interest in? Why do you now own CBS? Why do you now own Paramount TV? And why aren't people like some of these people online are saying, we have to call our reps. But I'll tell you something, Craig. I've not gotten an email from my reps. I haven't gotten an email from SAG. They're not telling me, hey guys, we got to do something about this. They told us when to get out in the street when we were doing the strike. We were right outside of Netflix. That's what we were doing because we were told to. That's when people show up. And that's what's really sad about an industry like ours, is that we are conditioned to think that we are fighting back when we get that email. It's a top-down email that comes that tells you when to get out there and pretend that you're fighting something. When you don't get the email, guess what? You stay put and you don't do anything. And that's the way that's unfortunately the way this entire industry behaves. Whether you're an actor, whether you're in any of the IATSE tech jobs, whether you're in the WGA, the Writers Guild, you wait for instruction from top down, and then you go out there and they give you a T-shirt and you start walking the picket line. They give you a sign for a couple hours, and then you feel like you did your part. But there are no signs being printed by our guilds right now for this deal. That's not happening, and so that's what we should be concerned about.
By the way, you got a super chat. Maybe you want to read that because it's not anything we have to really discuss, and it's I think it's deserving of taking a quick read and gander on before we continue this conversation.
Got it. Okay, here we go. Very cool. This is very awesome. Thanks for pointing that out, Craig. Super chat. We have from Sharzad Morgan. Thank you so much. Your channel should have 100,000 subscribers. Great show. Supporting independent journalists. Thank you so much. And thanks for just being part of what we're doing. And we are hopefully on the road to 100,000 subscribers. But it's a tough battle. We're always battling uphill. We had to start this channel from scratch once they terminated our first channel. So this channel is less than a year old, you guys, just so you know. And I don't even know how we got it monetized in a very short time. But we're moving. We're inching ahead. We're the tortoise, with the hair. We're taking little baby steps, trying to get there. But every bit of help counts, and that's what. Thank you so much. We're very grateful for that support. And everybody out there, just keep liking, sharing, and engaging with us because it helps. Every bit helps. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought that was worthy of kind of pointing that out and going over that now.
Awesome.
It sucks. Listen, with this Paramount deal and Netflix and everything, it's like I don't even. And I think the comment was the best. It's like this both suck, right? Like you know what I'm saying. But Netflix is better. I don't know what to say at this moment in time and what should happen and stuff. But it does definitely seem like every single aspect of our entertainment, our news is being controlled. The narrative managements, they're in there, and I think we have to find more ways and means like YouTube. Other forms of YouTube, and was wishing that more of them were created by now, just something other than Rumble. But it seems like a lot of these operations, they're able to kind of round up people and get enough people to go to one spot or another and keep things very myopic and just one-sided. I think the Rumble whole shakedown was good because most of the people didn't go out and seek other platforms. They just went to Rumble. So now all you have to do is control YouTube and Rumble, and you control the majority of independent media. Go ahead.
Yeah. And if people still don't fully understand the Larry Ellison situation, and we told you Oracle, this is the company, it's been his lifeline. Oracle's so this is why he's throwing money at IDF. This is why he's supporting Israel genocide. But that technology from Oracle is also very, very, very disturbing because it's also part of, if you remember Trump's second day in office, he had Larry Ellison in the White House with him. And they did a deal for this mRNA pre-cancer treatment. It's like pre-crime. They tell you, hey, because you guys remember Minority Report, right? Minority Report. This is where, hey, Tom Cruise, you're under arrest. Why am I under arrest? Well, for murdering someone. Well, I haven't murdered anyone. But you will. So we're going to arrest you in advance. It's called pre-crime. This is exactly what Larry Ellison is doing in the medical arena. He's saying pre-cancer. You're going to have cancer. Do I have it now? No, but we're telling you will. So here, take this shot of gene therapy and a whole bunch of other shit because just believe us. You're going to do it in the future. We have the technology to know your future before you actually get to it. And you can't challenge it, just like Tom Cruise can't challenge that he's being arrested for murder because it hadn't happened yet. Trust us, it's going to happen in the future. That's what's happening now. That's what this company Oracle, and how insane the Ellison family is to be pushing this kind of stuff. And now, why are we not more concerned about the entertainment part of this, Craig? Let me play this video. I was going to maybe do this as another segment or maybe an intro, outro, but I watched it a second time, and I just think this is really creative. This is a girl on TikTok, and it kind of hit me, Craig. I'm going to play this. She does a little acting skit with herself. You know that the TikToks, how they interact with each other. She does a really good job here about Ellison, about investigating this. And I just think again, those of you watching and you're here right now in this industry and you're affected by this type of stuff, or you don't fully understand what's happening, or if you're still waiting for that email by our union leaders to tell you what's going on, you're not going to get that email. Do what this girl did and try and figure it out for yourself, and do it in a creative way, since we are creatives. Check this out.
Ellison trying to buy Warner Brothers Discovery. He just bought Paramount. Why does he want media companies? Why would he? He wants to hang out with movie stars? No. He has a fucking ego problem? What does he do now? He runs the largest data storage and processing company? Why? Well, before founding his company called Oracle, he worked on a project for the CIA called Oracle, where he was paid to build a database for the government. And so he probably has and knows how to get data on all of us. Good. I don't get how this is all somehow connected. You just said it's connected, so you must know. He also wants mass surveillance. He said citizens will be on their best behavior because we'll be recording and reporting everything that's going on. And he also said the government should consolidate all of the national data and feed it to AI. And all of this is connected how? I don't really know. It's in your head. You just have to find it. What does this have to do with owning an entertainment company? You already said it's connected. Just tell me how. Well, his data centers are the ones that OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, relies on. And if he owns the data centers, no matter what AI company pulls ahead, he'll have control over where it's all stored. So he's put himself in a position that even when the AI bubble bursts, he'll succeed no matter what. And so he's buying media companies so that he can create AI-generated content. Good. But what if no one watches it? You think he hasn't thought of that? The TikTok deal? Why? He's reported to be that leader of the group of investors making a bid to buy TikTok. More? Well, he also has the data to do hyper-targeting so that people get a tailored algorithm of AI content. And so it's about control. He wants to control the information we get through AI, the media we see. It won't be entertainment though, will it? It will be propaganda that looks like entertainment. Good. And so while everyone's focusing on what the administration's doing, Larry Ellison is quietly building this empire. The worst kings are quiet.
Ooh. The worst kings are quiet. I mean, there you go. I mean, it's you know, do your own research, look into it, ask your own questions. Again, you're not going to get an email about this. You will get an email about the next No Kings March. They'll tell you where to go for that. No Kings 3, where it'll be Trump on every poster. You won't see Larry Ellison on that poster. So this is what we just want you guys to understand. You got to look at this yourself. You're not going to be told what to do and what to get mad at. You're going to have to figure it out yourself. So that should do it for This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Okay.
It's kind of like a black pill solution. We don't know what the better choice is now. What do we do? How do we do to get out of this? You know what I'm saying?
What do we do to get out of it?
Fuck. Well, acknowledging what's going on, I think, is the first part. So I think I'm glad you brought that video. That's a great video that you brought. But where do we go from here is now the question, you know?
So I saw something. I should have bookmarked this. Somebody made a point about how we're all victims of this AI algorithm being in our feeds, just constantly stuff in our face that's designed to keep us in a bubble, keep us kind of programmed like a zombie. If you've stepped out of that and you're self-aware, then you can use that in your advantage. And they talk about that. I wish I bookmarked this. They talk about people like us, Craig. They talk about how because we are the reason we scroll is to look at what's happening and figure out what are they not saying, what's really going on, and then we get it ready. If it's worthy, we get it ready for our next show or our next, discussion. And that means if we can get other people, that doesn't mean they have to do what we're doing. They don't have to do investigative journalism and do shows and go on whatever. They can do their own lives. But if we could just train people to step outside of that matrix, then every time something like this happens, they'll be more conditioned to figure out what's really going on. And then this information becomes powerful for us, not to silence us and get us to comply. We'll be smarter from it. So imagine a world where the majority of people are onto it. They will use, when this news breaks, they will be able to go, I see what you're doing here. And then we can still watch our movies, but we go into the next Top Gun. We know what's going on that screen. We know that it's a CIA script. We know that. So we can still enjoy it knowing what it actually is. And that's what entertainment really is, isn't it? Isn't it dress up? Isn't it scripts? Isn't it pretend? That's what Washington, D.C. is. That's what the media, it's all dress up theater and screenplays. What screenplay are they going to whip out next? And if we're more aware of that as a whole, then we'll be more equipped to deal with the ramifications of that.
Interesting.
I don't know if that changes any of the policy or these mergers, but at least we'll be more aware and we don't have to, buy it. If Paramount TV and Warner Brothers, and they're all just telling us about the next horrible Latin American country that we have to take down. And we're like, we know what you're doing. We know what you're doing. Okay. Moving on here. Do you want to stick around for the turning point segment? I was going to do that. I didn't know if we were going to get to that in time, but I was going to do that next.
The question is, do you want me to stick around for it, or do you? I don't know. The question is, I want to stick around. Do you want me to stick around? Because how I'm going to feel about Turning Point USA. How I'm going to feel about a lot of those people. So I don't want to be a negative Nancy and kind of ruin any thesis you got. So I think it's up to you if you want me to stick around. So I think you should probably go ahead and do it. And
okay, I'll get it done. We didn't talk about it anyways.
And I was looking at that and I was laughing beforehand because I was just like, all I can do right now is like, we were supposed to do a show not too long ago, right before things had happened last Monday and last Friday, and family stuff with my mom and everything. And but it was about talking about the Bolshevik Revolution. And why would I want to talk about the Bolshevik Revolution? Because for what we're seeing right now, and I believe the Bolshevik Revolution to be one of the most class-oriented revolutions ever. It was a peasant revolution as far as I'm concerned. And we have these people out there pushing back against it. Candace Owens, Dan Blazarian, right? Trying to say that it was more about Jews killing Christians rather than the class war that it is. And what we do here is a lot of people repeating Sholestein, right? Alexander Sholestein, who for more than likely was probably on the CIA, payroll, was thrown out of, was in the gulags for a while in Russia. And you see a lot of people, a lot of conservatives, even Gerard was on a show, my friend Gerard Michaels, saying that he read, the Gulag book about Sholestein. What I'm trying to say is that they're not pushing back against communism as much as they are capitulating to the thought process that capitalism is the status quo that should be kept, right? And that's my issue with what's going on. You don't have to be a pro-hardcore communism communist like Caleb Maupin, but if you understand, what the workers are, I think Fred put it in the chat, communism is not about the state owning things, it's about the workers owning things. There are a lot of good things that we can talk about, central planning being another one, but that's what we see a lot of. And a lot of these people from TPUSA, they're just so hardcore anti-communist that they're using that language to push and further the empire's agenda. And that's my issue with what's going on right now. So
okay.
That being said, I think
that's a worthwhile conversation. And I hope you're able to get that. We can work that out. I'd like to be part of that. You're saying Don DeBar was going to be part of that discussion?
Yes. Don DeBar, Fiorella, me and you, the four of us were supposed to go at it. I thought me and you can ask the majority of questions and let them kind of ramble on.
Okay,
You know?
I'm interested in hearing more about that. Absolutely. But as for today's story on Turning Point, I'm going to go ahead and cover that, and it's all important, I think, but we can't cover all at the same time. So we're gonna do that one, and we'll continue our discussion over on the other show. And
Truthwire and whatnot and everything. I don't know if we're going to do a show tomorrow. I'm going to see what's going on. I definitely got the radio show.
Okay.
Got to figure out some stuff at the household, but we'll be in touch. And thank you so much for having me on, everybody. You know the ways to go help me out and go check out my show. Love you, Matt. And
go Lakers.
Go
Lakers.
Lakers.
Hey, go Knicks. Go Knicks. Thanks, Pasa. All right. Cool. Okay, guys. There's many facets to this issue, this Turning Points issue. Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens. We talk about the how many things has she gotten right? Did she get anything wrong? It's okay to call out when people get things wrong, but we also have to call out when when there's information being purposely withheld from us or purposely manipulated. That's important. So we'll have that other discussion with Craig Pasta with Don DeBar and with Fee. I am looking forward to that. That'll be on Truthwire hopefully soon. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow, maybe Friday. We'll figure it out. But for now, we want to get into this story right now. This is important. So Turning Point USA, you guys saw the battle between whether Candace Owens was going to be on the show with Turning Points or not, and how that went down. So let's refresh you with that, and then we had some more stuff happen as well. We're going to get to, but this is the summary. So Turning Point is afraid to do an in-person live stream with Candace. Of course they are, because she's on is literal fire. They are afraid of her, and they should be. She has receipts. They don't have good answers. Because she's been doing actual journalism. They've been doing obstruction. They've been doing distraction. They've been doing manipulation. There's example after example of that happening. People who have not been paying attention to Candace's research should not say anything negative about Candace or those that have done the research. If you want to criticize her on another issue, I think Craig is talking about that with the Bolshevik Revolution. You can do that. But in this regard, to the Charlie Kirk investigation, you shouldn't really be saying anything negative about her at all if you haven't been paying attention to the work she's actually done. I 100% agree with this. And the same goes for any topic. If you haven't looked at it, don't be so quick to attack someone about the work they've done. Look at their work. If you have a problem with their work, point out those problems. Then you can strike back. That's fine. If you don't look at the work, you really got nothing to say, at least not about that particular topic. Researchers have good reason for what they believe. And here's Candace trying to tell us how they were trying to set up this in person. Didn't happen. And there's a reason it didn't happen.
Issued an ultimatum, I don't know, an invitation, gave me 24 hours to respond to a tweet that they sent at midnight. Very strange. Again, everything just seems to be very strange and unnecessary that is coming out of Turning Point USA.
We're going to find out. You can pick the place. You can pick the time. I say we do it tomorrow. We don't need to plan for this. We don't need lawyers in between us, lawyer statements. It's not how I roll, okay? I don't care about any of that. I want it to be authentic.
We are going to discuss that. Plus, I have an amazingly odd update regarding the Egyptian planes, and it feels very significant. So we're going to jump back into that storyline. It seems
I'm so interested in the Egyptian planes. We were who were we talking? We were just talking about with Jay Scott. We were talking about the timestamp track record of those planes. We're not actually following Charlie Kirk. They were following Erica Kirk this whole time. And she's got an update. So in this video, she's actually very excited about making this work. This is what you do. You try and schedule a day that works for everyone. You get everybody together. And it seemed at one point, that Turning Point was accommodating the fact that they were trying to make this happen. So what went wrong?
Seems to be the Egyptian planes that they are unnecessarily freaking out about. So that's definitely going to be the key that unlocks everything.
She looks kind of actually inspired and excited in this video. Like she really thinks this is going to happen. Well, guess what? Turning Point had absolutely no intention of making this happen. They were going to sabotage it the whole time. That's what they were doing. That's what they set out to do. That's what they accomplished. Here's how they did that. This is Turning Point's leader, Blake Neff, saying, yesterday we made it clear that we would be scheduling a former a response to the allegations and accusations you have made. We've decided that response will be delivered during a live stream on December 15th. So you decided not to do the in-person. Okay, so it'll be a live stream on December 15th. Thank you for your response, letting us know you will not be joining us for the in-person conversation. We will be proceeding without you. And a lot of people on the Turning Point side of things fell for this. They thought Candace was bowing out, which is what they wanted them to think. But Candace says, kind of weird how you didn't email or call me to ask about times or availability and chose to instead tweet this confirmation out at midnight. Why am I learning about this on X? And of course, there was no response to that. And then you had people on, on the Turning Point side just keep sharing this out, saying, look at Candace. She's cowering. She's hiding. None of that was actually true. So yeah, things got a little heated. And I think that with this little maneuver they did, and again, add it to the list of all the other maneuvers they've done. We've seen the list is so effing long of the BS that Turning Points have pulled out, from the fact that they took down their own security camera. Not only did they do that, they actually left one of the cameras up. They took the little SIM card out. They said, oh, we needed to make sure nobody stole the SIM card. Really? That's not how theft works. Nobody goes into a camera and takes a SIM card. They take the camera. So you left the camera up, you took the SIM card, and you said, oh, because we don't want someone to steal it. You paved over to the whole thing. You filled it in. You contracted an outside company to come in and put cement down over the crime scene. All your little stories contradicting about who was helping and who was doing what when. You had the one dude on the cell phone doing the selfie shot. You had people just doing weird behavior the whole time. Everything they do, thing after thing, and they're not willing to address all of the issues that Candace is bringing up. All of the infiltration elements that seem to have been happening from the inside of Turning Points, whether it be Erica Kirk, who might have been, it looks like she might have been a part of some sort of MK Ultra situation. We mentioned the Egyptian planes. There's so much to this, and Turning Points doesn't want to have the discussion with Candace. So how did this happen? How does a guy like Tim Pool lose it so insanely when just the other day he's basically had a panic attack on his show about how much he hates Candace? Check this out.
Is a fucking evil scumbag. She is a degenerate cunt. She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you fucking told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no fucking balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these fucking messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't fucking DM me like I did something for you as you cower, as you fucking cower, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which he's doing to me right fucking now.
Yeah. So what he's doing here, what Tim Pool is doing here, is he's saying, I'm the one in a position of fear, not Candace. I'm the one that needs this massive security. Well, the reason Tim Pool has massive security is because he's in line with Netanyahu. He's talked about hanging out with Netanyahu. He gets the same Israeli security team that Charlie Kirk had, the same team that ended up turning on Charlie Kirk when Charlie Kirk got suspicious of Israel. That's the type of security he has. So he's mad that Candace Owen doesn't have the same Israeli security that he has. That's weird. It's weird that he choose that to get mad at. But it seems like the thing that he's most upset here is that there's other people that believe the things he believes, but aren't as outspoken. So he's pissed off that he's in some weird he thinks, unique space where he's calling out what he thinks is a fracturing of the conservative movement, the Republican Party, the Trump movement, the MAGA movement. He's calling it out and saying, you're not allowed to have a crack in that dam. We have to keep it full force. And Candace is burning it down. His language, she's burning it down. You know what's really interesting is it's very familiar to us. Why is this familiar to us? Because we were accused of this type of stuff during the Bernie run and Hillary, during the Biden run. We were accused of being a crack in the fortress of the Democratic Party. So we know this language. We know this anger. How dare you? You're trying to burn it down. No, she's trying to have accountability. And she said herself, she doesn't give an F about midterms. Why should she? If both parties are 100% captured by a foreign entity, as Marjorie Taylor Greene has told us, then and Thomas Massie. So you're spending way too much time being mad at Candace Owen, who's trying to get to the bottom of Charlie Kirk's death, who's not in a political office. Why don't you yell and bitch and scream about Marjorie Taylor Greene? I'm sure he does. I don't watch his show. I'm sure you also bitch and whine about Thomas Massie because leader Trump tells you to bitch and whine about those two. And Netanyahu is in line with you too. So this is why Tim Pool, and he might be having an actual legitimate psychiatric episode here. He might actually be. This might be somebody who is feeling the pressure of running his show and his brand, and there's a responsibility there, especially when you're aligned with Israel. You have a huge responsibility to uphold some sort of messaging that you can't waver on. And that's so he might be cracking in that move. We don't have to hear any more of this one. I'm gonna get to the cheese on this one. This is the one that probably should have played it off. I didn't mean to, as we say, we didn't mean to bury the lead on this, but this is the kind of stuff when we hear from whistleblowers at Turning Point. This is the type of stuff that makes you go, oh, so the infiltration was real inside of the organization the whole time. And this isn't the first one we've heard. This is the most articulate one we've heard. We've heard several whistleblowers worked at TPUSA and have since gone on camera and said, here is what I saw while I was there. This is the latest, and it's probably the most shocking. Here we go.
Joshua Peterson. I'm a former representative for Turning Point USA, and I have a story to tell about when I was at training at Turning Point. So the first couple nights went as you would expect. It's pretty long and strenuous work. We were being trained very vigorously, and after the first few days, we were told that we were going to have some group time. And the first thing that I thought about that was that's going to be awesome. We get a group bond and stuff like that. And I get to hang out with my leader. However, this was not the case. We were going to be going out with our former representatives that had shown up from previous years and had been at training in previous years. And they were going to be the ones that were going to show us around the city. So I get paired up with these two specific people who I cannot name currently, but they take us out. And the first thing that I found very odd about, this Christian conservative company is they rented 2 stripper vans to take us out to the city. No strippers, but it was like there were stripper poles inside the vans. Very odd, very unlike, their values, but okay.
That's very Israeli of you, huh? Okay. First red flag. Go on.
And then once we got down to the bars in Arizona, they started getting us drunk. The former reps were, and very drunk at that. And then they started singling out people, and they would pull them out one by one to go outside and smoke like a cigarette. Now, when it was finally my turn to go and talk to them, they approached me and they asked me, hey, what are your views on Israel? And I just told them, I think Israel's a good country. At the time, I thought so, at least. And they told me, okay, well, what do you think about, Mossad and, Israeli forces? And I was like, they're all right, yeah. And they were like, what if we told you we're part of, Israeli groups and forces? And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And I'm like, and you work for Turning Point, right? And they were like, yeah, we do. We've been working for Turning Point for the past 4 or 5 years now.
Wow. 4 or 5 years before he got there. Wow. this infiltration goes pretty deep, and they're telling us this. Unless you think the guy's making it up, unless you think that, sounds pretty legit to me. Again, this isn't the first whistleblower. This isn't the first one. Okay. Then what? Then what happened?
Now, at the time, I did not know if the company knew of this. I did not know if they were infiltrating the company by any means, but they were Israeli agents within Turning Point USA, and I knew that there were more as well, and there was many more of them in Turning Point, and it was a very concerning thing for me and a couple of the representatives that we noticed. And we did end up bringing it up to our administration at Turning Point that this was going on, and they said they would take care of it. And sure enough, nothing was done about it. There was absolutely zero retaliation towards those representatives that were a part of Israel, and there was nothing. And that was very disappointing to see, and honestly, a huge red flag for all of us.
Huge red flag. Wow. I wonder if the Turning Point people are coming after this dude now. I wonder if they're targeting all of the whistleblowers. Again, we've seen a bunch of them now. We've seen a bunch of them come out. Mossad, it's all over the place. It's written all over there. It's written everywhere. So you got people like Tim Pool. And by the way, we remember the cell phone situation, right? Do you guys remember the 12 cell phones that Candace uncovered that were all linked to Israel? Interesting. Well, now that makes sense. Remember this? Remember this one? Let me grab, where did it go? Yeah, there it is. Candace Owen drops a bombshell. This is back in November, revealing that 12 Israeli-linked cell phones were detected at Utah Valley University on the day Charlie Kirk was taken out. I wonder if those 12 Israeli-linked cell phones had anything to do. I wonder if they had anything to do with the infiltration of Mossad agents within the Turning Points organization that had their cell phones up and running during that event. I wonder if it was those 12. Interesting. So there you go. We're connecting more dots here. Again, this is due to actual investigative journalism. Now, look, we know there's a divide that's happening on the right. We understand this MAGA fight happening. A lot of it due to this Israel first versus America first. We know whose side everyone's on. We know there's Tim Pool people having nervous breakdowns right now about Candace Owen. The one that I'm concerned about too, in a different way, a different kind of concern, are the ones out there like Russell Brand. So let's look at this clip real quick and just try and figure out Russell Brand having this discussion with Candace Owens. He asks a question that we've heard before on this show. We've heard it from our co-host, Craig Pasta Jardula. We asked this question on the first day. Who benefits from Charlie Kirk's murder? Who benefits? It's a great starting point, but let's see if Russell Brand has the ability to connect the dots beyond the opening question. Here we go.
Well, who would want Charlie Kirk dead? What difference is it going to... Who benefits from Charlie Kirk being killed? Who benefits? Like, as they say, cui bono? That's the question to always ask. Mm-hmm. And I actually didn't understand how Israel benefits from Charlie Kirk being murdered. I certainly can't see yet how, like, sort of French special forces could...
So he's saying, I don't see how Israel can benefit, and I don't see how French special forces can benefit. And look at Candace's look in her face. Like, really, dude? You can't see it? I mean, we spent so much time going over the list of Israel benefits from this. Of course, Israel benefits from this. They're not the only ones. We benefit from it too here. But of course, Israel benefits from this. There's a whole list. I'll just name a couple. The fact that you had this is a damage control operation. So the benefit isn't that you come out ahead after he's dead. The benefit is that you did damage control on something that could have been far, far worse for you. So the benefit, it's like, what's the benefit of OJ hiding the glove? What's the benefit of, destroying the evidence? What's the benefit of, silencing a witness in a high profile crime? What's the benefit? The benefit is damage control. That's the benefit. It's very easy for me to say, and I don't have to be a lawyer or part of the judicial system to be an expert to know that's how shit works when you are trying to hide stuff. Charlie Kirk was the biggest, most influential voice of this generation of MAGAs who were going to take over once MAGA was done. And Israel being first is part of that objective, to keep that intact. Hard to do that while you're conducting a genocide in real time. So once that tool that was your biggest asset, once that your biggest asset turns on you or has questions for you, as Charlie Kirk clearly did, that biggest asset now becomes your biggest liability. Who benefits? Israel benefits with doing damage control so Charlie Kirk doesn't turn into your biggest liability. That's who benefits. But okay, Candace, good for you for keeping your composure, even though that look in your eye is, are you effing kidding me, Russell? You haven't had time to look at this by now?
Can you explain that to me? Because I don't understand who benefits from, but I also know that whenever I've seen it my whole life, a lone gunman killed RFK, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. I know that's a lie, so I'm open. So what is it?
So look, I can tell you that from the moment that Charlie got shot, and I can't explain it, and maybe it's because Charlie would tell me all the time that he was going to die young, and I showed those messages, and I just knew that this was big. I knew it was big. I didn't have the players. I certainly didn't suspect Turning Point USA would be, as I believe, involved in a cover-up. And we can talk about what the motives are of that. They could be financial motives. If they're, it doesn't necessarily mean they were involved in plotting to kill him. And I've never said that. But I do believe that they have betrayed him since. And I am comfortable saying that today. Because I know that they have told lies. I know that they have withheld information that if truly you were motivated by goodness and truth, you would come out and you would say it. Like there are.
Yep.
Are people at Turning Point who Charlie texted the night before and said they're going to kill me. Well, if you're trying to figure out who killed Charlie Kirk, wouldn't that be a good thing to come forward with and to the public and say Charlie thought that he was going to be murdered the night before? And they're not doing that. So to me, to not assist that investigation is not something that I'm going to ignore. Also, to not answer basic questions that if I said to you, Russell, where were you when Charlie got shot? You're not going to get defensive and weird. You're just going to, I can tell you where I was. I was sitting plotting, planning my next show at the kitchen counter, and they are being very strange about details on that day. It makes me uncomfortable.
There it is. And I have to say, good for Russell for sitting down with Candace and hearing her out. I really hope this did something for him. It's hard for us to know for sure if he is just going through the motions because he has to pretend that he doesn't. I don't understand. I just don't understand. What would be the benefit? Just please explain it to me. And then she not only explains it, she goes on to say, here are the deceptive behavior, the history of deceptive behavior from Turning Point the entire time since Charlie Kirk's death, that we can see one thing after the next. Specifically, the part that she says, why are you not allowing people to see that Charlie Kirk literally said, I'm going to be killed. They're going to kill me. Why are you hiding that information? Wouldn't you want to know? This really does. I said OJ earlier. This really feels like I'm looking for the real killer situation from OJ. That's what it seems like. I'll get back to you when we figure out who really killed her after I finish this round of golf. That's what that seems like to me. But Candace Owen, make no mistake, she's doing real journalism. Russell Brand actually asked a good question. Tim Pool's freaking the hell out. And the rest of us have to just remember what principled investigation looks like. We don't care if you're somebody we like or don't like. If we see something fishy, we're going to look into it, not with any preference going in of what the outcome we want. No, we go for truth and justice, and it doesn't matter if it's your best friend or your worst enemy. We want justice for everyone. And I fully believe Candace Owens wants that as well. Okay. That should do it for that segment here. Now we're going to do something really cool for you guys. We don't do this too often. Save your question and comments, as we'll get to that later in the show. We'll do some talking back with you guys, and then I got a loudest voice of the week later after that. But for now, for a significant next part of the show, we're going to be investigating the NSA whistleblower situation with Bill Binney. And we're going to be bringing on we're going to be bringing on KELLEY LANE, correspondent guest today, to help us with this conversation, and a recorded interview we have with Bill Binney and his wife, Dr. Katherine Horton. We'll get to that part. It's a two-parter, and we're going to be discussing it and with you guys as well. What we dive into with them is pretty incredible, and we'll walk you guys through it, and we're going to hear what you guys have to say. But it's not just the whistleblowing of the Israelis, the Unit 8200, not just the surveillance state that Bill Binney helped create, but also there is a element of what we call DEWs, direct energy weapons, that seem to be utilized by the NSA as a way to test technology and to use as a type of punishment to whistleblowers. So that is a new chapter we have not heard in the story until now, till we talked with Bill and Dr. Katherine Horton. So we'll be bringing that to you first. First up is part one with myself, Kelly, and Bill, opening with a scene from a film that he was part of, this documentary called A Good American, which I recommend everybody check out. A Good American. It's on Amazon Prime Video right now. I'm shocked that they still have it up. But here's a clip from that, and then our further discussion with Bill. And then we'll get to the DEW stuff later in the show, and we'll bring on Kelly. So here it is, part one of our interview with Bill Binney, NSA whistleblower. Here you guys go.
That's what he did.
Hi, Bill. Thank you so much for joining us again.
Bill, it's great to be able to have this opportunity to talk with you again. I know we've had this issue with some sort of like interference. I don't know what's going on there, but somehow I guess this is our third try doing this, so I'm glad that we're able to sit down. I feel like that we can actually get this one to happen. I know you've spent quite a lot of years having to deal with the consequences of being a whistleblower, and understanding that the thing that you're calling out, this entity that you were part of, you're turning and saying, hey, this needs to be told to the American people. You are suffering the consequences of being that whistleblower. I don't think I've ever seen a situation like this where it seems like even all these years later, they're still letting you know that there's consequences to what you've done. Did you see a spike in this when this film, we just saw this clip from this film, which I think it's incredible, and I'm shocked that it's even still available for people to watch on Prime right now, and I suggest people go watch it right now. But did you see a spike in pushback when this film first came out, and have you seen anything? Has it gotten worse since, or has it kind of tapered out from your vantage point when this film first hit publicly?
Well, I think it first started showing in 2015. And basically inside the United States, it was pretty big in Europe. They went around different shows as show festivals in different countries, Spain and Denmark, Germany, Slovenia, and several others. And it was pretty well, looked at. It was received rather well there, but over here in the United States, it was pretty much shut down. None of the theaters would carry it. So it basically the intelligence establishment of the United States didn't want it being shown. Certainly not in the United States, because it was clear that from it, it basically showed how they were spying on all of us, and that's a violation of the Fourth Amendment, and they went further. The FBI and the DEA and so on have violated the Fifth and Sixth Amendments, and they all violated the First Amendment too. So, I mean, it's a direct violation of the Constitution of the United States. And that's why I had these. I put this in sworn affidavits in federal courts in the Second Circuit for the EFF, or for the ACLU, in Second Circuit for the EFF in the Ninth Circuit, for a former mayor of Utah, a mayor of the Utah City up there, Salt Lake City, in the 11th Circuit, and in the 3rd Circuit with a lawyer and I, we sued, and then also we pushed it up to the make an appeal to the Supreme Court. None of those courts would let us testify. None of them. Because if I did, it wouldn't be, they couldn't claim plausible deniability anymore. Because I built the damn system.
Wow.
And all they did was pick it up and move it over and remove all the protections and all the things, filtering up front. They removed that because they wanted everything, and then that gave them all the data. Because we were able to do that starting in 1997, we could have copied and collected everything on the internet in the world. The only thing that our limitation was space and power. That was it. So they removed the filtering process up front because we were managing multiple fibers with one 64 kilobit telephone line. That's all the data we took out of that. It was all the relevant data for things that were serious consequences, crimes, international crime, threats, militaries, different governments, things like that.
I was wondering if you could explain a little bit about that technically. How exactly did you collect it? And ThinThread was able to do this, as you said, without like violating and collecting everything and violating people's privacy. How can you do that?
Well, it basically boiled down to looking at things in a logical way, in a deductive, inductive, abductive logical way, that I say, all based on probable cause. That is, properties that are characteristics of people doing things that would make them suspicious to a court for being involved in some sort of illegal or criminal activity.
But is that like a keyword search? Like how exactly did you filter it?
That's not keyword. It has nothing to do with keyword. Zero.
Okay.
No keyword. It's all based on metadata. That is the attributes of who communicates with whom and where they go, what sites they look at. That and nothing more than that. First of all, the deductive stuff says, okay, if you are communicating directly with a terrorist, you're going to be looked at because that's we want to know what you're saying. Are you planning something? It's a terrorist. That's like that was already legal, by the way.
Okay.
FISA. Okay. And then from there, it's just. Well, I was going to say from there, of course, you'll go out one more degree without going. If that first contact is a government agency or a company, you don't go to the second through them because then you scoop in thousands and thousands of unrelated people. In the case of Google, you would collect the entire world. Okay, because over time, if you went to Google and said, okay, a terrorist called Google's there for Google, I'm going one more degree through Google. Google goes to everybody. So,
right,
you have to eliminate those things. They don't do that now. Okay, they don't do that.
So when Trailblazer basically took over this, they don't filter by the metadata, they're just collecting everything?
Yeah, and they're filtering by word select, phrase select, things like that. And that's what pulls in everything and dumps it on the analyst. See, the analyst will put in words or phrases or even attributes. They'll do some of that too, like IP addresses, things like that. But when you do that, what happens is a whole bunch of data is dumped on you. Because the filter just dumps everything that's in your file you're asking for. So everything comes to you, and then it's all mixed up, and you have to go through it. So it's a matter of giving the time to the analyst to be able to see everything that's relevant. And by doing that, you smother them, and you never get to see everything that's relevant. That's why they couldn't stop any of the attacks.
It seems to me that is not only a violation of the Fourth Amendment and people's privacy, but it's also really inefficient and probably prone to missing things like.
Yes, it makes them dysfunctional.
But it was all. Could you talk a little bit about Hayden came in and this was because this could be corporatized and farmed out to contractors, so it was really more about money.
Yes, because he was asking for $3.8 billion for a program called Trailblazer for just a 5-year period. And because he was claiming the velocity, variety, and of and volume of data involved in the internet and the world of digital communications was too much for us. We were falling behind. We needed all this money to solve it. Well, we already did solve it, by the way. So, and he couldn't let that out. If he did, Congress would ask him, why do you need the 3.8 billion? You know? I mean, especially when his transition office came down and asked us, and you saw, I think in the movies, you saw it there, they came down and asked us, what could we do to upgrade with $1.1 million, billion dollars, I'm sorry. What can we do with it to upgrade the world of NSA? And we went through that and said, gee, we could upgrade everything we have in the world and everything back here in the United States, but we could only spend about 300 million. So that's all we really needed to do that. And we could do it virtually, most of it fairly quickly, because it would all be electronic transfer of software. That was the key. It was a software issue. So some places we'd have to send hardware and that'd be a delayed delivery, but most of the big places would be automatically downloaded. So that would upgrade them all fairly quickly, almost all anyway.
So Bill, it seems like this idea that you get involved with this from the beginning as an idea that you're going to stop the next 9/11 or the next time we're going to get the information to the people that need the information in order for them to do a better job. And I guess that's the premise being that we failed previously because we didn't have the right information or didn't have enough of it. So they had it, but they didn't have it at hand. They didn't see it. The analysts who did the reporting didn't see it, but they had it. They had it, but they didn't see it. See, that was the principle. That was what I was doing with ThinThread, was how to pull out relevant information on terrorist issues, drug smuggling, all kinds of criminality, whatever. How to pull that out of the massive flow of data and produce only that to the analysts so they can have a much greater chance of figuring out what's going on. And I just took away all the other stuff that was totally irrelevant to anything in the world that we were interested in at the time, anyway. I didn't know that we were interested in everybody on the planet. You didn't know we were interested in that. The idea that you're setting up a system that ultimately, inevitably, would be about obtaining the information on the entire planet, especially as the years go by and technology gets better. Now we're dealing with AI. Did any of that ever occur to you guys at the time, that AI would come around and you wouldn't need to shuffle through anything? You had something in place, and we can see this on lower levels, even on the way Elon uses Grok right now. He could just you can kind of plug in a few things and it can just kind of do whatever the programmer says for it to do, and it can go through anything it wants and then come out of the backside with the thing that you wanted. But I guess I go back to this even in 1997. In 97, I would ask this question. I would say, who is the one setting off this from the start? What is the premise from the start point, as far as what defines a terrorist, what defines misinformation, what defines, like, who's making these definitions in order for you to start the job in the first place? Because if you change that up, you're going to come up with a whole nother thing that comes out the backside as far as the conclusion, right? Yeah. Yes. And that's one of the factors we took in, because in there we had whoever put any information about a terrorist or anybody else that's a target into the database that we would then use to select data. They had to put the reasons why they added them and the backup information that could be traced to verify and validate what they were saying was true. So we had that tracing and tracking also. Wow. That was important to us because at the time, people just threw words into a file, said, give me something with pork in it or something like that, and that's what would happen without any reason why they're doing it that way. Well, we scrapped that entire process and wanted to say all of this had to be auditable, trackable, traceable, and verifiable by the people who originated it.
I just can't believe we've gotten rid of that, because I mean AI.
We never had that. We never had it. We never had it.
Never had it. Well, you had it, the idea in your and what you were doing. Yeah. Because AI gets things wrong all the time. I don't know if I mentioned this last time, but I was doing research on Kent State, and it spit back at me. It erased Laurel Krause's sister, Allison Krause, and put in some student photographer. And I mean, I think we're becoming really dependent on it, and it's really getting things wrong often.
Yeah. Well, it's only as good as the software running it, okay? That's the key. But what's the logic behind the software that's being used to generate the answers that they're giving you? And that has never, and as far as I can tell, Elon or nobody else has ever gone through a rigorous assessment of the criteria they're inputting to make the rules to run the automation. I don't think of it artificial intelligence. I think it was automation. Because it's code that's executing electronically, and it's the capture of human thought that in code and then executing electronically. It's not artificial. It comes out of humans' brains. The code drives it. And I keep saying about quantum computing, it'll drive it faster. So if you have bad code that gives you crap slowly on a regular computer, put it on a quantum computer, give you crap a hell of a lot faster.
So I do think there's as far as the war on terror goes, and we're seeing it kind of manifest again. We're back to this mindset of like a lot of Americans right now thinking it's time to go around and, take out these drug cartels. We're trying to go into Venezuela right now, and we're trying to do all these different diabolical schemes that we're trying to be the good guy and police the world. It seems that we've gotten this wrong the whole time. Even from the beginning, we talk about 9/11, how we respond to that. This war on terror, everything was wrong, and I think you're hitting on the head as far as the input on this, like the starting point. That's the problem. Who gets to be anointed? The person, the Elon Musk of the device. Who gets to be that person? Was there ever a debate about? Was there ever a vote about that? Like, you're coming in there to do this job to help get information accurately to people to help us, but we don't know. Who's the one plugging in the numbers to start it off? Because if you could have bad intention and do a reverse engineering element to it where you say, we want to get to this endpoint. How do we get to this endpoint? And we see Elon do that with Grok all the time. Every time Grok spits out the wrong thing that you don't want to hear, you take it back, you tough it up, you mess around with it, and it comes back and it gives you the thing you want. So this seems like a completely failed idea from the beginning that never seemed to have any place to go except down. I mean, it doesn't seem to be doing any good at all. Are you the only one that saw this at the time, or is there anybody else that
well, I didn't see, there wasn't anybody else that I could talk to that was interested in automating these processes. I had nobody to talk to.
You had no one. Wow.
And I didn't talk to the two guys from Stanford who did Google after our software was pushed at them, I think, to say, do this for us. NSA funded them to do the programs in September, a month after that tested bad idling that showed all the data that was out there. A month after that, NSA and CIA outsourced that problem to the problem of what I did, was metadata-based indexing, distributed storage, profile development, all that targeting out there. All that was outsourced to two guys from Stanford, and they made Google after that. It was born 27 September 1998. And this happened, our test happened in August of 98.
Well, Matt, you asked like who's making the decisions to start with. Well, in that clip, at the end of the clip where she's saying, I'm sorry, what was her name again?
Diane Rourke.
Diane Rourke, yes. She is saying kind of what I touched on last time we spoke, is that I feel like the general public and even most of Congress is very kind of ignorant when it comes to the tech. And you said it's not that difficult, but I think what happens is, and I want to play a clip of someone, Chris Krebs from DHS in a minute, where he's talking to a committee about the election in 2016 and the Russian targeting. And you really get the sense, if you sit through these long meetings, that Congress doesn't really understand. They can just kind of say whatever. And I think that's really, really scary. We need to elect people that, I mean, they need to have some better understanding of this technology, because I think they're too easily, they're trusting what some of these officials are coming. And they may not, they may have great intentions, or some of them might not, right? So
the other part of it is they don't want to know, because if they do, they have to face face the fact that that's a violation of the Constitution, multiple amendments of the Constitution, and they'd have to do something about it. Because after all, their oath of office is to protect and defend the Constitution.
Right, right. Well, you know what? I think I'll play that now. So this is Krebs, because I would like to know if you could give us any additional insight about this scanning, because this was one of the things in the 2016 election that they talked about, that Russia had targeted our election systems. And I'm like, what exactly does that mean? And he kind of goes into this here where, well, I'll play it and we'll discuss after.
How many states have we identified that the Russians did some form of intrusion in the last elections?
So when we think back to 2016, there are a couple ways we have to kind of hash out the information. And it's all based on, frankly, awareness, visibility into activity and infrastructure. So we've thrown around numbers. 18 were either accessed or scanned or targeted, or 21, whatever it is. Last summer we gave 21. That number of 21 that were scanned, that information is based on the telemetry, the visibility into traffic over networks that we had visibility to last year. If you were to ask me what I really thought happened, I would suspect, and Jeanette, Assistant Secretary Manfred said this, I believe Secretary Nielsen said this too, I would suspect that the Russians probably scanned all 50 states and 5 territories and the District of Columbia. Scanning, it happens every day. It's an automated process. I think based on the 21 number, that's on what we were able to see. We have better visibility going into 18. We basically will have access to close to 50% of 100% visibility.
He never said they interfered in anything or collected anything out of there or copied it out. He's probably talking about him pinging the network to see what's there, or going in and looking to see is that site really this or that. But no, and he's also talking about looking at the network logs. Now, remember what Sean Henry, CEO of the CrowdStrike, said about the DNC stuff. Never saw that data, exfiltrated, and only saw it prepared for exfiltration. That meant, that file format, and they downloaded to a thumb drive or something, and then physically transported outside of the DNC network.
Yep.
Physically, not electronically.
Right.
Because if it did, it would show up on the network log, right?
Right.
So and it didn't. So he couldn't say it was exfiltrated. That's why and nobody asked them that question in that testimony. It's because they don't know enough. Okay. They just simply don't know enough.
Mm-hmm. And I think there's a kind of a fear, if you're not a tech person, you're just kind of like, oh, I leave that to the technical people. But I think we're past that. Like, people, especially if you're an elected official, you need to know some basics there. Because when I first heard that, I thought, okay, this is long before I got into really studying any cybersecurity, but I'm like, is scanning the smoking gun, or is this just something that happens all the time? Because he kind of says both in that one sentence, in that one sitting. He's saying it's nothing, but it's everything. I don't know.
Well, let me pass on a thing we've never told anybody, except the U.S. government. Okay.
Okay.
In examining the 2020 election data, we were looking at the addressing on some of the emails and some of the things that people were sending. And when you go into and probe their logs of who they're sending things to, and CCing and BCCing and stuff like that, we found in the Secretary of State, I can't remember, I think it was California, I'm not sure for sure, but it's one of the states. We found this Pakistani address. Now, keep in mind what that means. And that means any transactions going to and from and being infoed to any of the secretaries of states anywhere in any of the states of the United States can be relayed and also copied and passed to this address in Pakistan.
Okay. And this was 2020, you said?
2020.
Okay. Interesting.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, I meant somebody in Pakistan was looking at all the election stuff.
Wow.
In almost all the states, I would say.
Huh.
Because somebody's planted that address there so they could do that, you know?
Yeah, that's what it seems.
Well, I don't want to spend the whole time on elections, but since it's something I'm involved in, so I'd like to ask you one more question about that, and then we can move on. Let me share screen here. So this is something that, hold on the right, oh wait, hold on. It's right, here it is. Okay, there was an NPR article, this is 2022, and actually in other segments of that hearing with Chris Krebs, I've got other clips, but we'll skip them for now. He's talking about Albert sensors, and that really piqued my interest. That was back in 2017. And so I wondered, what the heck is an Albert sensor, right? Well, as it turns out, in 2022, some Republicans out in Washington state, they didn't want this device on their network. Hold on. This is it. And I actually just in September met online with one of the county commissioners of one of these counties that didn't want this Albert sensor on. And the reason was CISA had outsourced to CIS to supply these Albert sensors, right? But they weren't mandatory, but they were really pushing on all of these counties, and any of them that refused it really got an earful from the state, from the Secretary of State in Washington state about them. But it's an intrusion device, right? But I talked to another cybersecurity expert friend of mine, and he said that basically these things could alter stuff without anyone knowing. Like, it sits kind of between the firewall, I guess. So I wondered if you, and then scarier still, and then I'll, is that, hold on, they have made them virtual now. So not only are there these versions of this with, okay, here it is. They made these Albert sensors virtual in several states, and it was kept secret. I just couldn't even believe what I'm seeing. So anyway, this expert that I spoke to said that, yes, this would be a way to alter things and no one would ever know. It's like the perfect.
Yeah, it sounds like a sniffer and a selector of information passing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, at that time you could delay it in transit and alter it. Yeah.
Yeah. So those are all, I guess, some of those agreements with the states and this nonprofit, which is CIS, has now been discontinued, but they can voluntarily keep it if they want. But then I'm wondering how many boards of elections or county commissioners even know it might be on the network if it's virtual. Like, it's just really weird.
I'm a big advocate of putting an optical counter right at the voting station and having an optical counter register the votes as they're done, and then at the end, whenever they're forwarding them, match that up with whatever was said and forwarded.
Mm-hmm.
And if it wasn't the same, there's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, so because you have the hard copy right there that you can go back to at that point, before they destroy the hard copy.
Right. So you would agree, though, that these devices, whether it's an actual device or virtual, is a problem?
Yeah, I would say that's a genuine opportunity for anybody that wants to do anything they want to the elections.
I mean, we're not going in the right. Let's be clear. We're not going in the right direction as far as fixing our election problems. We're going in the wrong direction. That's been absolutely clear. I don't know in my lifetime. I'm curious, Bill. You would tell us what. Do you think there's been what was the last election that was done in our country that was fair and legit? Or could you tell us what do you think the closest to that we've been? Because I can't think of one. Every time a new technology like this is introduced, we go, oh, great, that's also going to be used against us. I mean, we're going against trying to fix this. So when's the last time you could say we did it like straight up legit?
When George Washington was elected. How about that?
That might have been it. That might have been it. Okay.
Yeah, but
we gave you guys democracy. Now on to other things.
Yeah. Actually, it's a republic if we can keep it.
If we can keep it. Yeah.
By Ben Franklin.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
going to the
yeah. Go ahead.
going to the machines in 2000 was just bad, and it's a big money grab as well. You know, billions of dollars. So
yes,
yeah.
I think the election model for each of these years, we look at 2016, we look at 2020, we look at 2000, we look at 2004. I mean, man, 2004 was a crazy one because nobody talked about that one. I was like, dude, they got these private voting booths in these key states, Ohio, Florida. Like, we're like, is anybody watching this? Like, no one cares. Like, that doesn't seem right. And Bush owned like the equipment, or was going through. I can't remember. It was like a private company that was there to tell you if it was at 49.49 and they could tip it right at the last second. It's like that. So we had this stuff in 2004, and it's not gotten any better since. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how can we can't restore the system. It's going to keep getting worse. But I just like to look at it like this is the reverse engineering I mentioned earlier. I said if they want a result, they'll start with the result and they'll work backwards from that to how do we get that result. And I think that if we look at our elections the last few times around, you can clearly see the person being handpicked for the job. How do we get to that point? And what kind of story do we tell the American people to make them think, if we want them to think the election was rigged, how do we blame it on someone else that did it to keep us in the clear? So that seems to be the game plan. And I think that that's seemingly the same methodology we go about the war on terror. Is how do we get to how do we start from the conclusion? It's how we conduct the torture program, right? It's the same thing. We want this result. How do we get it? Work backwards from that, and then we'll present the findings to the American people, and they have to deal with it. If they don't like it, we'll make it illegal for them to have a problem with it, and we'll lock them up. Yeah. So, I mean, this is the world we're living in. This seems to be the same methodology in all these realms. Am I getting something wrong here, both from either of you, for Kelly or Bill?
No, that's right by me. I mean, they felt that they should justify the violation of the Constitution and laws that we had. I mean, it wasn't just the Constitution. It was the Pen Register Law, the Electronic Privacy Act, Electronic Security Act, all the FCC regulations covering, into telecommunications companies. That's the reason they had to give the telecommunications companies retroactive immunity in 2008, because they had committed so many crimes. I mean, and each one was punishable by $5,000 fine and 5 years in jail, up to that. Well, when you commit a couple billion of those every day, you're pretty well bankrupt pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. So they had to give them retroactive immunity. And these guys were down there saying, I can't remember which senators and representatives were saying, we don't understand why they need retroactive immunity. I've been telling them that for years at that time. That's the reason they need it. They didn't want to hear it because as long as I didn't testify, they could claim plausible deniability. That was the whole reason behind that.
It's just so discouraging, when you hear, watching that movie and hearing what Hayden did and how the corruption is just rampant, and so many bad actors so deeply infiltrated. How do we root it out? One of the reasons I stay involved with elections is I think that's one of the ways. One
of the ways also is looking at these network logs, rooting out the networks of people involved in this. That's also very doable. Figuring out who in all these states and all the counties that are involved in this crap.
Mm-hmm. So this article came out in Consortium News. I think it was maybe, July or something, that you wrote about, a solution. I wonder if you wanted to talk about this a little bit.
Well, that gets back to using legal, justifiable events, that would create probable cause to get a warrant if you wanted it, or start collecting based on that and then get the warrant. but it was all based on things that properties that would be one that would justify an investigation of the person, like the person is talking directly to a terrorist or within a second degree, and we talked about not going through companies or departments of government that would pull in massive people out. You don't want to do that, so you don't go through them as a second degree. But you need to test to see if that first degree is in fact a front company, and then you look at who it was on the other side of the front company operating it. That's what you would do, and just monitor that. And there would be certain selection restrictions that wouldn't go down the second level to pull their data, but only take that second level data out that's being sent out. So you're looking then still at those people at the first degree originating material, and that says they're in the zone of suspicion for being involved in that activity of that criminal or that terrorist or whatever.
There is one member of Congress that is very technically savvy, and he's talked about the reverse targeting, and that's Thomas Massey. So I think we need more of people like him in office. But so in this article that you talk about, you say it's necessary to establish a central technical group or organization to continuously monitor and validate compliance with the Constitution and U.S. law. So such a group would need to have the highest level access to all agencies to ensure compliance. How do we get this done? Because that's all three parts of government. The courts, the administration, and the Congress would have to agree to that. Now, if they really are serious and want to fix what these problems are in government, then that's what they have to do. Otherwise, there's no way. That's what I call the validating process. That's a process that validates what they're telling you they're doing. Right.
And you cannot trust them to tell you the truth. I mean, look at what Clapper, Comey, look at what all of those guys have been saying.
Yeah. I haven't even.
I mean, you can't trust any of them.
Yeah.
I haven't looked in the last couple of weeks, I guess, but I know there was, all this stuff came out about Russiagate again in the summer, and it seems to have kind of died down. I don't know, Matt or Bill, have you been following? What's the latest on that? Is anything? I mean, I never have believed anything would come of it, but they've dropped it.
From what I was hearing, it was Trump's little maneuver to get his base riled up that the Democrats were after him for Epstein, and it was a Russian hoax, or it was a hoax. It was a Democratic hoax like Russiagate, and so that was a technique he was using to use something real that was a hoax and then try to apply it to something that isn't. And so that's all that was. But I don't think I don't know, Bill, unless you saw something else come up about that. That seemed like he was just using that as leverage for his base recently.
Well, I just think that was a concoction of the Democrats all along, just like they did before. So I ignored it right away as false messages, false media.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, everything charges are dropped against Comey, right? So, I mean, I believe that was key.
That's on the technicality only. Yeah, he actually did the crime.
Yeah.
I think it should be on a conspiracy basis, which means he's still within the zone of the time limit. The time limit hasn't ended.
The statute of limitations. Right. Yeah.
Wasn't that the issue with Brennan?
All of them. They're all in it. They're all in that.
I guess we see so many examples of the maneuvering around the judicial system, maneuvering around whatever the thing you have to avoid. You find a way to trick it and get out of it. We never see people in power ever go to jail, ever. Like once in a very, very rare case do you see this bad apple thing work out. We were able to take somebody, whether it was it wasn't one guy went to jail for it was for the Ponzi stuff, the whole the Wall Street, what was it, the housing crisis. Madoff, only guy that went to jail. Yeah. Out here in Hollywood, we have every once in a while you got a Harvey Weinstein taking a fall, or a P. Diddy not even taking it, just kind of getting a little slap on the wrist, but everything goes back to normal. I guess my big question right now, because we're talking about the punishment for being a whistleblower, and the example they make of people, not just you, but others that we've seen. Like, we know about Julian Assange, we know about these others that have been like basically made an example of, so the next person thinks twice about doing it. My big question here is, if they're so good at avoiding consequence anyways, why put so much effort into the punishment and the elimination of whistleblowers, as if that's the thing preventing them from going away in handcuffs, when it doesn't look like it would actually make a difference either way? Like what's good? Like, why continue to punish someone like you when they're still walking free? There's nothing we're able to do, no matter what we put out in front of people, because Russiagate's a great example. We give you the evidence; it's right in front of you. Nobody's going to jail still.
Well, that's not the only thing. That's not the only thing they're doing to us. For example, we're being radiated with some kind of technology here that my wife, who is here with me now, she's the world expert on this and testified in Europe in courts for victims of these weapons, energy weapons. Like, for example, in our case, we have spectrum analyzers. She's also gone through on how to devise how to detect them. So we have a spectrum analyzer here. We run it and we detect two signals that are like over 100 times stronger than anything else in the environment. And at the 1.7 to 1.79 gigahertz range, and also the 2.9 to 3.2 gigahertz. That's line of sight. That means they have to be able to see you to hit you with it. Now, we had these two signals in our spectrum analyzer show up in Maryland when we lived up there. And now when we moved down here about 400 miles away, we have them down here. So that means they moved with us. So we're being targeted.
Okay. That's a good moment for a break, because as you guys noticed, a new topic has just come up, and the second part we will be bringing to you shortly. It's gonna get real crazy, guys. It's gonna get crazy. We just got scratched the surface there in part one. Before we start part two with you guys, with Bill Binney, let's go ahead and bring in our correspondent today, who you just saw in the first part of the interview, and we'll be discussing leading up to the next part. Welcome back to the show, Kelly Lane.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And you know what, Kelly, hats off to you for getting this to happen. And we're about to show people the part two, where Bill's going to bring Dr. Katherine Horton on, his wife, on to help discuss some of this more sensitive part of the story. But just for you, Kelly, getting this to happen, it's been quite a roller coaster. Could you explain a little to our audience about some of the unique problems we faced in scheduling this interview, besides people's schedules, right? There's more going on here.
Yeah, well, they have a lot of technical problems, is what's reported. So we had to reschedule, and we tried. And then I think we had an issue with Zoom as well. But you'll see in the interview, I will say they claim, only because I'm the skeptic here on this story, but they claim that there's interference. And you can definitely, you hear that throughout the interview. But no, Bill was one of many whistleblowers that I met while working on Randy Credico's show. And I really love the fact that he and Ray McGovern have been so outspoken as part of the VIPS team about Russiagate and everything that happened with that. So yeah, I spoke with Ray McGovern separately. We were going to do an interview with the two of them together, but it worked out well this way, I think.
Yeah.
So
we have longtime listeners saying Bill Binney should be a household name, like Snowden. And
Right.
that's weird. That's weird, right? That he's not up to the level of Snowden, but maybe it's for his own good, right? Because look what Snowden has to stay in a certain facility on that we don't know where, and he just has that's just what he signed up for. But I think that's what you do sign up for when you are a self-proclaimed whistleblower, and that's what you do. You give back to the world information that they didn't want you to do, and there's consequences for that. So if
I don't know if you saw, I put in the YouTube chat that there is actually, you can find that movie, A Good American, on YouTube for free. So if you don't have Amazon Prime, it is also on YouTube.
You know what? That's a great point. I just, for some reason, it came up in my search on Prime, and I just went with that. But yes, it is on YouTube. So guys, check out A Good American on YouTube. You don't have to pay Jeff Bezos to watch this. Don't pay Jeff Bezos. Just watch it. You know, the Zio overlords on YouTube let you watch it for free.
And you'll see how part of why I love Bill Binney is he really was deeply concerned about the lack of privacy and what was happening, well, the violation of the Constitution that our intelligence agencies were doing. And he talks about how he developed this thing that would manage to filter out, so you only got people that needed to be monitored for some reason. They were possibly involved in a crime or whatever, but they instead wanted to spend all this more money on Trailblazer, it's called, and you can tell it's a money grab, and it's a violation of all of our rights.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
I want to just throw one more up on here. We'll get to more. If we don't cover all you guys' comments, we'll definitely get them to later when we'll get to talking back with you for the whole show later. But this is important. The Seth Rich, because we didn't talk about Seth Rich with them in this interview, but you guys know the timeline that Seth Rich was the one that provided the DNC and Clinton emails to WikiLeaks and Assange. Bill disproved that the whole lie from the Democrat team, Hillary's lie that it was a Russia hacking job. And that was on the Jimmy Dore show years ago.
Right.
And that's actually, I believe that would have been the interview that solidified Jimmy Dore as somebody who was doing journalism and was one of the first to get told, you are doing journalism bad and we're going to punish you for it. And he said, what am I doing bad? I'm asking questions. So I would say Jimmy Dore was with Bill Binney. I would say that was probably the original Joe Rogan and Dr. Peter McCullough. Like, that was the original. You're not allowed to have someone on your show that's going to tell you something different from what we're seeing on the news. Otherwise, you're a bad person. But no, that's called journalism. And I appreciate that insight here in that the historical context. That's the type of stuff Bill's been doing this whole time. And we've gotten better, too, as not just as,
Well,
yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to say that we do not know definitively that it was Seth Rich. So I understand.
No.
So I just want to be clear on that. I know you.
But
the same.
We were told very clearly we were not allowed to ask about Seth Rich.
That's when you wonder. I remember that very distinctly. I can't remember the guy's name right now, but I believe it was either an FBI. No, I think it was a local DC police person on Jimmy Dore's show. This is back, 2017.
Yeah, this is like 2017. Yeah.
And when something happens he worked at the DNC, it made sense. And when any conversation about it is like just immediately swarmed with, attempts to shut it down, and you're not allowed to talk about this, that just raises a huge red flag for me. And I think anybody that's paying attention, but they so desperately don't want it talked about. And I know even Seth Rich's family, though, came out and said that. And I'm just going to say it. I think we noticed some of the same things going on right now with Candace and that story, because you hear this is not the way to, honor his legacy. She's not trashing him. Things are weird because, we can just look at the fact that we're not getting a story that makes sense from the feds. And I heard I was driving, but I heard you say, if you haven't researched it, if you're not paying attention, don't bash her, because there's a lot going on. And I will say, I think sometimes she has gone down some of these trails that don't go anywhere or maybe are a little hard to follow. But if we got a story that made sense, like, the gun is impossible for that to have been the one that was used, then it would put all of everyone else doing their own investigation to rest. But anyway, I just noticed that because it's the same tactic, like shut it down, you can't talk about it, and then you get swarmed with people on social media and wherever and bashing that person that's talking about it. And I don't understand that.
And so let's use Seth Rich as a marker, and we could see how many times since then are they using the same thing over and over, not just with Charlie Kirk and Candace Owen right now. We're talking about COVID. We're talking about when we try to reinvestigate 9/11. We're talking about Russiagate in general, just the whole thing. We're talking about the 2020 election. We're talking about Ukraine. We're talking about Free Palestine. Israel's not committing a genocide, and now we're going to arrest you for it, for saying that. So we know the techniques, we know the tactics. If they're coming after you for saying something different, then that's who I want to listen to. I want to listen to the person that is being punished for talking. That's who I want to listen to. I'm less interested if they're just being like, ignored. If people are going out of their way to silence somebody, I want to hear what they have to say. And we should just keep that level, right, of principle applied, because it's not going to be the last time. This is going to keep happening, guys. We got to understand this is the blueprint. This is how we respond to that blueprint.
Can I share something on here? It's very relevant. I just found it, and I feel like maybe I saw it before and don't remember. It's been so long ago. Let's see. I think you have to pull it up, right? So you see this Election Justice USA's Facebook page? And there's a report that they did. I just dug it back up recently and sent it to someone. But Election Justice USA had covered in depth everything that was going on in the Democratic primary in 2016. And that was when I got involved with election integrity security, because I saw some of it happening in real time. Like, I mean, this is before AI. I feel like I can trust the videos that I was seeing on Facebook where people were showing up at their polling locations and their registration had been switched from Democrat to Republican or vice versa, or they were just given provisional ballots. There was stuff about whiteout on ballots in California, all kinds of stuff. And so this pretty big report by Election Justice USA goes through all of what happened in the 2016 primary. But so I was scrolling through this. Give me just a moment, because I'll find it. And I was shocked when I saw this. It's about Seth Rich. And that's why I say I feel like I couldn't have missed this before. I must have seen it. But anyway, talk for a sec, Matt. Let me find it.
Okay. Well, so what we're connecting the dots on is we're preparing you guys. We're about to, if you're just joining us here right now, it's the part 1 and part 2 of the Bill Binney interview. We're about to dive into part 2, which is a major rabbit hole, which we have to go into with. And this is why this conversation, this little interlude we're doing with you guys right now, this is important. This, how we go into new arenas where we don't have all the information. We need to ask the right questions, even if it's uncomfortable, an uncomfortable subject. So we will be getting into NSA and the link between what we call DEWs. That's what we're going to be talking about, direct energy weapons. And we're going to get into that discussion with Bill Binney in just a moment. We're going to play part 2. But yeah, Kelly, if you found...
Yeah, well, I'm still scrolling, but I'll just say I was not expecting that part of the conversation. I'm very focused on election security. But and I think you'll see throughout that this part 2 that I'm really the skeptic. But it's just not something, I mean, I would have to dig. It's really quite a lot of research you'd have to do.
But that's where Kelly, that's where we start the investigation. We start by asking the questions and letting the people like Bill and Dr. Katherine Horton tell us their experience, and that's how we start, and then we can go look into it further from there. And I think we talked about the comparisons to the Lahaina fires, LA fires, any of these other natural events that we're told are natural, but then they look a little like, are they natural? And then we start learning about direct energy weapons. We start learning about things, technology that actually exists, that we use on other parts of the world, but we would never use it on our own citizens, right? So that's those are the right questions to be asking. And I think that's why I agree with you. I wasn't prepared for that part of the discussion, but it happened, and I think it's good we went into it and let them have that chance to tell us. So, did you find this yet?
I'm sorry, I'm still scrolling. I should have.
Okay.
I didn't think about it till just now.
Well,
I made some screenshots.
okay.
I mean, I can show it later if you like.
We can do it another. But everybody knows we've been covering Seth Rich.
Well, hey, I wanted to say something else about that. But I just want to clear up, and I will find this and what it is, or you can anybody go to Facebook. I think this is public, but they got a phone call from Seth Rich. So that was really, it just kind of floored me. I didn't remember that, but it's in here somewhere. I will find it. But I did want to say just about the whole Seth Rich story. I think the important thing is to stay focused on the technology, which is that Bill Binney explains that if you were to send out as a leak, like electronically send the emails, it has to be like set up for exfiltration, and you would see it, as he explains, in network logs, and that was not there. So that means that it was, I think it was set up for exfiltration, but then it wasn't done. So it had to have been a thumb drive, and that's really all the technological information that we have, because if you may remember, the DNC did not let the FBI look at the servers, which, you know, I mean, that just gets more people suspicious. And why would you not turn over? And why did the FBI not? Oh, here it is. Why did the FBI not demand? I mean, they should have been like, turn over the servers, you know, if you want help with the investigation. But it's a private company,
we
so
know
they didn't
why,
have
Kelly.
to.
We know
well,
why.
I know, but. And I do.
I know you're forever going to be. You're forever going to be the devil's advocate, and maybe we all need one of those.
Well, the problem is if you don't, then people, you know, there's always the possibility that you have these circumstances, but that extra little leap is wrong. So we have to that's why I try as a journalist to stick to the facts that we know. But I mean, all signs do point in this direction. So anyway, it says here, the anonymous caller did not reach out to us after this call. We believe we were unable to give him the assurance he wanted that we could keep him safe. If it is true that this caller was Seth Rich, he knew he was in troubled waters and sought alternative avenues to get the information out. So it says the anonymous DNC staffer asked us for a safe space to reside in exchange for information on election fraud committed by the DNC. I don't know. It says I think.
So we're not shocked by this. Obviously, this looks like it was him, most likely. So.
Oh yeah, we don't know.
Obviously, they're going to hide this, but again, this is the conversations we weren't allowed to have. So we weren't allowed to ask this stuff, and we didn't. You're right. We didn't have this available information at the time, but this totally checks out with what we suspect the whole time.
And I'm wondering if NGP van is still, God, I can't remember all the details from back then, but he said, it says right here that he said not to trust NGP van.
Listen, Kelly, I think we can do a Seth Rich segment on another show. We need to get to this topic because we go down this Seth Rich rabbit hole for a long time.
Oh, no. But election stuff, I am holding a meeting at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Right.
So if anybody's interested, it's anyone that wants to come. If you have technological experience, that's great. If you don't, and you're just interested in election security, I guess we'll figure out a way to send a link if anyone's.
Well, where do they go? What
interested in the comments?
What platform is it going to be on, Kelly?
Well, I have a StreamYard link. I was thinking about posting it publicly, but that may not be the best way to go.
No, will the StreamYard be going to your YouTube channel or
Oh,
somewhere
no,
else?
it's a private meeting right now.
Oh.
I did put one of them public, but we've got a really small group right now. So I probably will start live streaming them later.
Why don't we just share your DM where people can ask to get it? How about that?
Okay, that works. Yeah.
Where can they ask to have a link?
Just go to how about Twitter at Kelly's
right
Word.
there. Is that your at Kelly's Word?
Yep.
Okay. So guys, if you want to be part of this private discussion on election integrity, it's going to be at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's 5 p.m. Pacific. It's coming up after our show is done, so you'll have plenty of time. Do whatever you need to do before that. But just go ahead and send Kelly a DM. Ask her. She will. If you ask to be part of this, she will send you the StreamYard link. It's a private meeting. If you want to participate, be part of this discussion and see where it goes, because Kelly has definitely been an expert in this area as far as the time and effort you've put into election integrity. It's pretty remarkable. And you and I should do a follow-up on the Seth Rich story, because you and I don't think we've gone into it together. So let's put that off to another show. Sure. And for right now, I want to introduce the next part 2 of 2 with Bill Binney. In the second part of the interview, he brings his wife in. This is Dr. Katherine Horton, who is going to tell us about her background in investigating what we call, these are called DEWs, direct energy weapons, and we're talking about microchipping. These are terms you guys have heard before, probably not in this context, but we know the technology exists. So we're going to give them the chance to tell the story. And as you guys heard, Kelly's going to be the kind of devil's advocate here, which I appreciate. We need to have that, but they're going to talk about this, and then we're going to talk to you guys after the discussion. One more note: you guys saw a couple little technical glitches from Bill Binney's side of things. That is the main driver of why we're talking about DEWs. We're talking about why is it that these two, every time they get on an interview, they seem to have interference happen. And you're going to see some of it during this discussion, and they're going to tell you why they think it's happening. And it might make sense to some of you guys. It makes sense to me. I think Kelly might still be on the fence about it, but
I'm
they
just
will tell
thinking
you.
like,
Yes.
I'm talking about Seth Rich and all this stuff that's very
Yes, it's a lot. This is a lot, but this is what our audience is used to. Our audience like this stuff. We like asking questions. It's totally cool. And we're not going out there saying we've solved the case. We're not doing that. We're saying we're asking the right questions, and we want to know why we're not allowed to talk about these things. That should be the biggest red flag. That's Candace Owens' big flag, red flag, is what? I can't ask these. Why can't I ask about Charlie Kirk feeling exactly like Seth Rich? Wow, look at that. Right before he was killed. I feel like I might be threatened. My life might be in danger. Interesting that happens. They don't want us to know that the person felt like they were in danger. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And I will say that as long, and I think I said this somewhere in the interview, is that as long as we keep self-censoring and we're too scared to talk about stuff, that's how all these things stay buried. So
all right.
It's hard to find that balance, but
it's hard to find the balance. It's a work in progress for us. We're figuring it out, and you guys are figuring it out with us. So here we go. We're gonna be canaries in the coal mine here in this topic. Second part of the interview, this time with Bill Binney and Dr. Katherine Horton, with me and Kelly conducting the interview. Here you guys go, and we'll talk to you guys on the back end of it. Here we go.
Note that it seems really far-fetched. It just so happened that this morning there's a YouTube channel called Simply Cyber, and it's all about cybersecurity news and stuff. And there was a guy on there that had been at DEF CON. I can't think of his name right now, but he had various implants. You know, I guess some are to assist people with disabilities and things like that. But so to anyone who thinks it's completely not a possibility that these things exist, I would just say, do some research.
Check out the budget for for energy weapons.
The budget.
Check out the budget. It's supposed to be up to $50 billion this year or something like that.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Well, isn't that the problem though? So much of it is a black budget, so we don't know where everything's going.
Yeah, that's right. Congress doesn't know it either.
Right. But Katherine, please.
What happens when you have things like Havana syndrome? I mean, we had back in the 1970s in the Moscow embassy and in China, I think later on. But in the Moscow embassy, they were radiating with microwaves. That caused a lot of illness.
We're trying to process all of this a little at a time. Like Kelly said, when we discovered that you guys were still today dealing with ramifications on levels that we're still trying to understand. Kath, could you help us talk us through this? What is exactly you guys are going through as far as this, whatever they're doing to you guys as some sort of punishment, testing, but and the ramifications of that, and how can we look out for that on our end, because we're also having these conversations and we want to know what's actually happening, because no one's talking about this.
Yes. So brief introduction. I'm Dr. Katherine Horton. I'm originally a high energy physicist, a particle physicist. I worked at CERN and at a site called DAISY in Hamburg, which was a particle accelerator. And I kind of slid into this involuntarily. So I was set on a career track to become a career research scientist. That's why I worked. And I left particle physics only because I discovered what I would call huge corruption in the pension fund. So the pension fund at CERN was, the black hole was growing bigger and bigger by 80,000 Swiss francs per year. I returned to my alma mater, which was the University of Oxford, and I found the same thing. So I didn't leave particle physics because I was crap at it or I hated it. I left it because my first husband at the time and I were both particle physicists, and we saw there's no future in that. By the time you retire, it's very topical. So that was my first, I collided with corruption the first time then, and we had to change careers. So what happened after that is I left academia and I joined my husband in Germany, and I started to be targeted. We're talking hacking, overt stalking, you name it, housebreaking. It was weird. And with time, I figured out I'm being hounded by the intelligence agency, but I didn't know why. So fast forward a couple of years, I started studying their methods, learn everything about them, and I got together with a group of victims of the intelligence agencies. 90% of them were women, and they were all adamant that they had been implanted with microchips. Some had attended scientific measurements and had results on those and, could show it. And back in the day, I knew nothing of nothing, okay? So I was just, hey... And I said to the listen, if there's anything in you that is being communicated with microwaves or any sort of radio communication, we can measure that. If the chip can pick it up, so can we. So we arranged scientific measurements at the Belgian University in Brussels. They had a special room, electromagnetically shielded room, so that electromagnetic signals from ambient signals from the environment, like cell towers and so on, did not penetrate the room. We were highly dampened. So any person you put in the room with the spectrum analyzer, you could ensure that any signals you picked up came out of the person. So that's what we did. And in 100% of the cases where victims came forward, we found the microchips. Wow. And in the control sample, we didn't find any. So this was under controlled conditions with a professor, a postdoc at this Belgian university. And in the process, I discovered that I too had been implanted. My body emits like a cell phone. So that these measurements were in 2017, and I dedicated myself full time to researching this. I offered consulting and counseling to other victims. I spoke to countless professionals, including judges and lawyers, IT professionals, soldiers, police officers. And gradually what transpired is that mass implanting programs have been running across the Western world for decades. I came across a government scientist for a European country. I don't really want to specify it, but he said to me that he knew, he was a high-level government scientist and also high up in the military for scientific research of the military. And he said he personally knew that in the Western world, soldiers were implanted with microchips without their knowledge and consent since the late 1960s. Back then, the microchips were the size of a grain of salt. You can inject it, in body fat, you don't really feel it. Just like you put a chip in your dog, right? And it has the name and address, whatever. So that happened since the late 1960s. Now, the development of chips, by the 1990s, as far as I can track it down, remember, these are classified programs, okay? So by the time you cotton on to them, they've already been running for 20, 30 years. If they say anything publicly, but you have to backdate to 30 years ago, they've already. So to give you an idea about chip development, imagine a grain of rice. That's the chip with a little coil and pickup coil inside it. That's the chip in the late 1960s. By the 1990s, the chip would be the size of 2 grooves on fingerprints. If you look at your fingerprints and count 2 grooves, that's the size of a chip. So, and those chips are phenomenal. They can control muscles. They send electrical signals into your nervous system, into your muscle tissue, contract and relax muscles. They can also cause pain, excruciating pain, because it's synthetically generated, so stronger than what the nervous system can produce otherwise. So imagine an anesthetic amputation. That's the level you can injure a person. They can radio communicate through microwaves and be contacted and programmed, and So that's the 1990s. Now, through a personal contact, I got to know he was working for a company that was building microchips. And specific microchips was really for expensive watches, like Rolex watches. And these microchips are so tiny, they look like a super fine powder, and it's tens of thousands of microchips. And he said that expensive watches work into the material, so you can tell the real Rolex from a fake by just contacting the microchip and their serial numbers and so on. So for high-end luxury products, the microchips are being used already. Now, at that level, you can inject microchips, tens of thousands, into a human person, into a human being or an animal, and these chips could be, basically get stuck in the brain if they are smaller than the blood-brain barrier and so on. Actually, I would like to show you one book. Let me just scoot out to go to my bookshelf to show you something.
While you're doing that, I have to say, I do think there's some static issue here on there's a connection issue. While you were talking, we're getting I feel like there's some sort of interference happening, and it seems to always happen when we're talking to you guys. And I don't know what we can do about it. I mean, but you think that is connected?
Can you still hear us? Yeah, we can hear you. I was wondering if it was on my end, but
it's guaranteed interference. It's static with sound or internet connectivity is 100% guaranteed the FBI and NSA. 100%. Wow. Because when you become a victim, they will. There's an entire presentation by British intelligence about the 3 or 4 Ds, and it's degrade, deny, blah blah blah. It's their mission objectives. So they will degrade your internet connectivity. We have super high, broadband here. Mm-hmm. There should be no issues, and yet even I can see a lag here. Right. If I talk to my family across the Atlantic, I don't have this lag. If I talk to you guys in the US, suddenly it's a big deal, right? So something doesn't add up. Also, they will interfere with sound. They will amplify hissing sounds, like really annoying sounds, to try to degrade it and make it painful to listen to. Anyway, as long as you guys can hear me, let me just plow through, because there's a book called Global Brain Chip and Mesogens by Dr. Hildegard Staninger. I think less than $20 off Amazon. And the reason why I flagged it is because this book has pictures of microchips removed from American victims. This thing is a so-called nasal bulb implant. It looks like absolutely nothing, but you can just about see an antenna here. I'm not sure if you can see that thing, little fiber here. Mm-hmm. And then this pink thing that looks like organic matter is hard as a diamond, has a super high melting point, and is a brain implant. So what I'm saying to your listeners is, I'm not making this stuff up, guys. Okay, that's
well. It sounds like it sounds like the X-Files. I think that your average person is just going to be like, huh? I mean, and I think we censor ourselves from talking about some of these things because we don't want other people to think we're crazy, right? But I mean, I know it's possible, but I guess my first question is, how then do these get implanted into people without them knowing? How is that happening?
So what we found out, so briefly on the topic of craziness, just let me just put it in to also put you and your viewers to at ease. I have been talking about this publicly and to private individuals since 2016. And in the first couple of years, people would say, oh, well, I know that they put chips into dogs and Alzheimer patients, and it would stop there, right? Now, after COVID, after 2020, and when people were stuck at home and were bored out of their mind researching online, I saw a huge phase transition. And suddenly, everybody I talked to knew quite a lot about and had no bombs. They suddenly knew everything about geoengineering chips, that some knew about directed energy weapons. And this whole topic of what sounds crazy, you didn't notice the world changed around us because people start researching this. So I can tell you right now, if you go out street, like the taxi driver or anybody, right? They will have already heard something. And this book was published by somebody who was doing measurements on American victims for many years. So I think that's 100. I think you were asking about how those things get implanted. So the superfine modern chips can be injected. But we have found, I have found in the many victim cases I worked on, that you can still find so-called laser surgery.
Okay, we're totally frozen now. Wow. Okay, we got to figure this out. But this is a lot of information here, a lot of trying to connect the dots here on what's happening. And it seems to be all related to the fact that we've been absolutely infiltrated here by something. Why are they frozen again? Why? They have perfect internet service. Why does this happen? We're totally good. Yeah, you're good, Kelly?
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, I think they're coming back in. Hold on. Yep, let's see.
They didn't like. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
We're still here. Hang on. Our camera is
Yeah.
They refuse to allow us camera access. Hang on. Let me just.
Is that on StreamYard?
Maybe it's okay that we hear your voice better if there's no camera.
See, I thought for sure, because we're not live streaming, that we wouldn't have problems.
No,
yeah, they are messing with us. That's the truth. So at the moment, we can't. I can't click on it because the problem is here. The camera symbol is disabled on our side.
Catherine, we can hear you. We can hear your voice clearer than we could before.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not disabled. I mean, we didn't do anything on our end to disable it.
Yeah, that's fine. They will sabotage. I think what really went under their skin is that I showed the book with actual photographs because that's when people realize, like, holy cow, it's real.
And aside from that book, we also sent letters to the Secretary of Defense and also to the DOD-IG's office asking them why they were radiating these with these military signals. These are signals that are classified by the Federal Communications Commission as assigned to military. Right? One is for electronic warfare, and the other was for military use.
Yeah.
So we asked them why they were doing that. We never got an answer.
Yeah. Well, that's the directed energy weapons. And returning to the chips, so the question was, how are they implanted? And what we've established now is that, so we were cut off, just as I was about to say, that on these victims, even though you can inject chips, we still find so-called laser surgery scars on victims. These are super fine cuts that look like a skin fold to the untrained eye. But if a trained cosmetic surgeon who's specializing on the face, cosmetic surgery for the face, looks at it, they can recognize these laser surgery scars. So they are made by a handheld laser scalpel, and they allow certain types of biotechnology to be implanted very quickly. So the way to imagine it, and this is what we found based on the case, so we had some circumstantial evidence that this happened. So what the intelligence agencies seem to be doing is that they are breaking into hotel rooms, hospital rooms, private homes and apartments at night. They are anesthetizing people by pumping in an odorless gas. They come in, they make people out a bit stronger, and they do microsurgery with these handheld laser scalpels. And the surgeon explained it to me that this is like a Formula One pit stop. If you use a laser scalpel, the cut you make, the incision, doesn't even bleed because the laser is so hot. So you make a small cut, you put in whatever microchip or biotechnology with fibers you want, and then you use so-called tissue glue. That is something that's sometimes used on little children when they bump their head and you don't want to put in stitches. It's basically a type of glue where you put it in the wound, you close the wound and hold it together. You pinch it together for about 20 to 30 seconds, and the tissue holds tight, and then it heals naturally. So with these methods, so what we found is that victims would wake up the next morning and have these odd scratches on their body. They look like a paper cut or a scratch from a cat or something like that, and they think nothing of it. And then a couple of weeks or months later, the intelligence agencies would turn on the chips and start torturing people with those chips. So And that's as much as we could find. And I have one incident where they did break into my apartment in Zurich, and I photographed one of these laser surgery scars on my body, and it's up on my website. And then when they turned on my chip 3 weeks later, I have a bug detector measurement showing the chip at that precise location. So it is really insane what's being done. But the way to think about it is that if we look back at the trillions of dollars that went missing, there's first of all the whatever it was, $5, $7, $9 trillion that was announced by, was that not Cheney, the Rumsfeld, on the day before 9/11.
Yeah.
That was some insane number of trillions of dollars that went missing in the Pentagon.
Right.
And in addition, there's also the work of Catherine Horton Fitz, who do HUD, the Housing and Urban Development Fund. Now, those were tens of trillions. The question is, where the hell did all that money go? What did they buy with it? And what they bought with it is these teams of intel agents who are breaking in everywhere, implanting people, and then the business plan is to use people for non-consensual human experimentation and weapons testing for the military-industrial complex. The newest type of weapons are so-called directed energy weapons. People can Google them. And if you test it on somebody's body, you can use their microchip implants to help target these microchips. So there are fabulous business plans attached to this. It's like the gift that keeps on giving for the military. And that's what's underpinning all this.
And there's a petition going around now talking about trying to get the Congress to reverse a law that they put in, or I guess companies to be able to experiment without notification on any individuals in the country and be immune to prosecution. I forget the law, but I have that here. I can send it.
So I'm sorry it's so sickening, but that's basically what we're dealing with now.
So can't you just, okay, if these are, can they not just be removed then? Or disabled?
You can't, because you cannot disable them. You can't really use an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse, to knock out these chips. People have tried, but the reason you cannot is because they seem to be solid state devices that are specifically designed to withstand any type of extreme radiation. These chips seem to have been developed for astronauts. When in outer space, the electromagnetic fields can be immense because there's no ionosphere protecting you. So these chips are extremely resilient against that. If you want to do full, have ever been removed from victims, even though there are thousands of known victims. And the reason is, if you contacted and pretend they've never heard of chips, even though at the same time they are talking people into all sorts of, spinal stimulators and all sorts of chips, but they will literally start lying. The few doctors who then agreed to do the surgery, in 100% of cases, chicken out the night before. And it seems to be the case that they get contacted by the intelligence agencies and get threatened. So that was the situation, and has been for decades now. And throughout thousands of cases, only a very small number, a handful, has managed to have chips through. Dr. Hildegard is one of those few people who actually does surgeries. She moves from some of these chips, and that's why she could write about them.
And that, I'm sorry, you're breaking up. That was the author of the book? Is that what you said?
That's right.
Okay.
I showed earlier, Dr. Hildegard Saninger, she also did surgeries, as far as I'm aware, and the chips she's showing are from her surgeries. But otherwise, it's part of a normal hospital procedure. It's impossible.
What about leaving the country and going somewhere where, I don't know. I'm assuming
so the people who had success and so in the cases where this was successful, people managed to flee to Russia and their targeting stopped. However, anywhere in the Western world, this type of targeting will follow you seamlessly. And I have tested it, Bill has tested it, and that's because the underpinning programs and in all the NATO affiliated countries like Switzerland, that supposedly is neutral, and the Five Eyes, the targeting continues. So people get tortured, they get raped by remote control. If they go from Europe to America, if they go to Mexico, people have reported that. Trinidad and Tobago, it follows them up.
So I have a question about, you are breaking up a lot, but is that the case for you too, Matt? She's breaking up.
Yeah. Can I before you can I chime in on the direct energy weapon topic, because we have certainly had on our show, The Homeless Left, we've had we've looked into the direct energy weapon stuff. We went to Lahaina. We looked at all the red flags out there. We're here in LA. We've had some. We had the LA fires earlier in January this year, and just talking to different experts that have gone into this, I think that, and it's a lot of stuff you guys are putting out there for us to kind of dissect. I just think the starting place for me, as we try and figure out the severity of the insanity you're dealing with this technology, I would just go back for anybody skeptical, and I'm sure there's a lot of people skeptical, and I'm telling you from my experience, even just having a conversation about direct energy weapons, there's a lot of people that want to tune that, don't even want to have the conversation. But I'll just throw this out to people that are skeptical. I'll say this: if there is no direct energy weapons being used on people and experimenting on people for whatever reason, if that's not happening, there's three things that would all have to be true for it not to be happening. So I'm gonna start with this. I'd say one thing to not be true is that they can't make any money from it. That would be an easy way to say, well, we wouldn't do something that we can't profit from. So that would have to be true. The second thing that would have to be true is that we would have to not have the technology to do it. It would have to be impossible to do. So looking from a technology place, if we could determine that the things you're talking about, the things we saw here in the LA fires, Lahaina, if the technology itself doesn't actually exist on this planet and we don't have it, then it couldn't happen. The other thing would have to be true is that we would have to have somebody in the room that is planning on the attack plan to speak up and say, let's consider a moral compass. Is this ethical? And there'd have to be enough people in the room to say, we're an ethical people. So even though we would make money, even though we have the ability to do it, we're not going to do it because we have a moral compass. So that would have to be true. I make the conclusion, I don't think any of those things,
Well, now you're breaking up, Matt.
Yeah, he's making too much sense. He's talking too much truth for them.
Yeah. So with that, this is my starting point. Seeing this, I say, so now that we know that you can't check those boxes, we have them. We have the technology. We can make a shitload of money from it, and we have no moral compass. Now we know that this is something we're doing. Now I want to know these questions and the answers. How are they getting away with it? That would be the next. So I think we jump too quickly to how are we getting away with it, or why don't you do something about it? Why don't you take the chips out? We're jumping too far ahead. We have to start with the premise that none of those boxes can be checked. So that's where I'm at, and I'd like to start that conversation there. But again, you guys are giving us a lot of new stuff I've never even considered before. But it's a lot to process. But I'm just letting our audience know that that's an honest place to start. So that's where I'm at with you guys as I try to process a lot of this. So I just want to throw that out. And then Kelly, if you want to get to your next question.
Well, one thing I thought of a bit ago, like you said, during the pandemic, maybe that was kind of an oopsie that, everyone got locked down. So they started doing, I'm saying an oopsie by the establishment, that people started, they're stuck in their houses and they start doing their own research and they started questioning what the authorities were telling them. So there's that, but we also have the problem, I think, that there is a lot of also, I guess it's called muddying the waters, to try to confuse people of what's, you throw in some stuff that's not real and with the real stuff, and then people really don't know what to believe. But no, the question I have now is, Okay, so I won't name this person, but it's an activist that I know has told me not too long ago that she believed her house had been broken into, and this is related to activism. And to be honest, I'm just being honest, my first thought was, okay, like it sounded really far-fetched to me. And then, I talked to a couple people I know about it, and they're like, no, I mean, it's supposed to sound far-fetched, but then nobody will listen to you, And I do understand the high stakes of things. I worked on Assange Countdown to Freedom for 4 years. I met all kinds of whistleblowers, including you, Bill, while doing that. So it's not that I don't believe it's possible, but I do have a question, like how exactly would someone, okay, for instance, I don't sleep. I'm like an insomniac, and I'm up and down all hours. I don't know how anybody, also I happen to live in an apartment right now on the second floor. If this is happening, how is it being happened? How is it happening? If people have their doors locked, they have cameras. Can you give, I don't know if we'll be able to hear you, but could you give, I don't know, some, excuse me, insight or explanation into that, how that is being done without people realizing it?
I shall. Before I get to, let me just do a quick test. Is this better, or it does?
Yeah.
Option one. Up. We lost. We're on option 3, which is neither. Oops.
Yep. Now see, I'm playing the skeptic here, okay? Like someone could say, oh, they're doing this themselves, or interference or something. I've been having some, I have also broadband, like really good AT&T, and I've been having issues. However, my computer's old, so I'm like, maybe it's just my computer, and I've got.
Yeah, I don't think it's your computer. Believe me, I had so many, I can talk to my parents transatlantically, no problem, and then we do an interview down the road, and suddenly it solves problems. So no, what you're seeing live is what our taxpayers' money paid for. It's all these harassment tools. Can you guys hear us now?
Yes. We can, and you know what? Now that you mentioned that, I was in a Zoom meeting yesterday, and there were no problems at all. So I don't know though. It's my first instinct is to find a technical reason for it.
I know. It's like I've been in this for so long. By now I was telling Bill the other time you had this the issues with his first interview. I've recognized the algorithm that they're using. I recognize the logarithmic damping and the time delays. I've seen it so many times. So no, trust me. If you have been involved in the Assange case, you might also know about the Edward Snowden stuff.
Oh yeah.
And he published an entire list of part of the Snowden releases was an entire list of software tools developed by NSA and GCHQ about exactly this type of harassment. And it had funky names like Program, Squeaky Dolphin, whatever. But it was basically, harassing people with various nonsense. But anyway, that aside, so you were asking about the housebreaking. Now, the way I went about investigating all this intelligence agency criminality is the way I would investigate it in high energy physics. So just science, pure science, and you can do data analysis and statistical analysis to find out what's true and what's far too unlikely to be true. Now, what I did is I did an international victim survey where I compared them. So the most telling thing about this whole program, and it is a global program, is that it's conducted in exactly the same way in every country. In all NATO countries, it's the same. So you can take various reports from different people, put them side by side, and they match up perfectly. So your friend experienced a housebreaking. Housebreaking is experienced in, I think, 95% of all the cases. But then after a while, the intelligence agencies move on to not just housebreaking, but gaslighting, where they come in and they make you, think you're mad because they change something about, your layout, or they put your shoe into the fridge, or some nonsense like that. And then after a while, they upgrade to directed energy weapon attacks. Yes. So so the more cases you look at, and the more way you categorize them, the better you can map the standard operating procedure. Now, I took a year and a half, and I think I'm the very first person to ever codify intelligence agency criminality And I've got a PDF on my website, which is, I think, 98 pages long, and about 90 pages, every one of these victims did this template and say, hey, you X in what you've experienced, all the victim cases match up perfectly. And no matter how ludicrously it sounds like the crime itself, like if one person says, oh, I have got the feeling that somebody came into my home, they broke in, and all they did is close the laptop lid. I know I left it open, but I'm sure they took, well, it sounds too batshit crazy. But when you listen to all these people, 100% of them say exactly that. It's one of the standard operating procedures. So by collecting affidavits, I mapped the standard operating procedure. And once you have the key, you can go to any victim case anywhere in the world and go, yep, number one, housebreaking is in close to 100% of the cases. Directed energy weapons happens eventually in about 60% of the cases. The other thing that we uncovered is that targeting is lifelong. It will never stop unless you get a court injunction. That's because every victim gets loaded into covert human experimentation and they become a cash cow. So it is much better for the intel agencies to keep torturing them and test weapons on them than to let them be. They would lose millions of dollars if they stopped pestering a victim. So that's why % of the cases, the victims knew that the targeting is generational. So it means either their elderly parents or their kids were also affected and they had evidence. So, you know, it's a terrible, terrible program. And the reason why you guys haven't heard about it, even though you're journalists, is because there's a complete and total blackout anywhere in the world about this, not just in the mainstream media, also in the alternative media. We talked to Alex Jones, Jimmy Dore, you were contacted by the PDD broadcast, Brad Davis, I think his name. And when we told them about this, they just ghosted us. They just, you know. So I also know that I personally.
I was just going to say, I think there is a fear to be not taken seriously if you were to entertain some of this. I mean, I'm just being honest here. I'm listening to everything you're saying, and it's not that I don't believe that it's possible. I just think that there is. You know, there are just layers of. There are people that there's still people.
When there's evidence with.
I think though we're just at a point now where people are saying, "Hey, yeah, I think the JFK assassination something was wrong there." You know, I mean, and that I think that is more of a popular view now. Am I the only one frozen here?
No.
Okay.
I can hear. I'm hearing you. They might be frozen though. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so that's my point. Is just that I think there is like I said, we self-censor because it's just not within an acceptable, you know, thing to talk about. And as time goes on, and we learn more and more, and
I'm more on the optimistic side of being. I think timing's important. We talk about this on our show a lot about timing. Let's take one of these down here. Hold on.
Yep.
What was the new one that came up?
I hope you all don't mind me being the skeptic here. I think I'm just trying to speak. I'm just trying to speak for people that will be very.
Yeah, and I'll say this. I'm glad you mentioned, Kelly, about the timing. We talk about JFK being it's now okay to be skeptical about it. Timing's important. So when it feels good and safe and okay, and you're not going to be name called and finger pointed at and punished for having a question and saying having an idea that goes against the state narrative, when it's okay to do it, then people do it. But what about being out front at the beginning when it's inconvenient, right? So I think of COVID. I think about the fact that we can have discussions now about COVID and not feel like we're crazy when we say kids get myocarditis from the jab that they were forced to do. Like we don't have to feel crazy about talking about an event 201 where they went through the whole. So timing. So I look at people who were there at the front of it. They say, who was the first to say it when it wasn't popular? And you know what? If they were wrong, I hope that you have integrity enough to say, you know what, we were wrong, but at least we were asking the question. So I'm asking questions right now because I don't care if it's not popular to do it. I want to know these answers. So again, we're not experts. We're not the one. We don't know. We're not tech geniuses. We don't know. Just like with COVID, we weren't doctors and scientists either, but we knew how to ask a human question. So, like, I'd like to know what the hell's going on, and I'll leave it for our viewers. I'll leave it at that. It's okay to ask questions. That's where I'm at. So
I blame this a lot on people like Fauci. I blame a lot of people like Fauci who are supposed to have the knowledge, you know, to make decisions on these kinds of issues. But he violated the standard procedure and protocol developed over hundreds of years on how to manage and handle infectious diseases. He violated that from the beginning. That's a direct violation of the scientific method. Yeah. Yet he claimed that he was a scientist, and the rest of the people there believed him. That was fact too.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, what really helped me, because the hardest thing was to, can you guys hear us, by the way?
It's just, I've never seen this amount of interference. I mean, I will tell you, not when with me talking, yeah.
It's hard right now. I don't know what's going on.
Hang on. Is this maybe?
The sound is really bad right now. It's like.
But you know what? And I could say, oh, I mean, again, please, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I could say, someone could say, oh, you guys are doing it on your end and causing it to make us believe that, okay? But it's happening on my end. It's happening on Matt's end. It is strange.
Yeah.
You guys hear us now? Yeah, but it's just
your sound is scrambled and your picture's jumpy. The sound is scrambled.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Let me try this. So I just want to say, see, Matt, I admire that you're one of those people that can get out front and do it. And I don't want to sound like I'm too fearful to do that. I do on a lot of issues, but especially with something scientific, I'm just the kind of person, like, I need to see as much as I can before I'm going to kind of go out on a limb and say, but I'm definitely listening, and I'm open. I am an open-minded person that believes it's possible. So, yeah.
It's okay.
It's really choppy.
Oh my gosh.
It's bad right now, guys.
And it was fine.
Well, see, I'm saying things about being skeptical. And I think that is key. That is key to getting people to listen to, when you acknowledge people's skepticism and why they may be like, I mean, I think we're saying very dangerous things here.
Are we getting it better?
Yeah. Can you guys hear us now?
Yes.
Is
Go.
this better?
Yes.
Okay. So here's the thing. So the evidence that's available. So starting with the chips, there's this book that people can get off Amazon for $18, I think. Global Brain Chip and Messages. Dr. Hildegard Stanninger is still in consultations. So she's available. In terms of chip measurements, my website, I have architect measurements showing my own chips. I have medical certificates from doctors. That's also what I encourage victims to get. They get certificates from dermatologists, expert dermatologists that can recognize laser surgery scars. They can also be photographed. Some are visible on my body, actually. Regarding the directed energy weapons, I would advise the very first thing people should do is go to Google and type in directed energy weapons market analysis. And you would economic research firm is listing the market value of directed energy weapons right now, which is about, I think it was 40 or 50 billion dollars last I checked, but it's the fastest growing segment of the weapons industry, directed energy weapons. So they also list all the companies that manufacture them. In Germany, the biggest, we're looking heavy arms industry, Rheinmetall, a German company fused with a deal in Rheinmetall, so two giant behemoth arms manufacturers in Germany fused specifically so that they can produce more directed energy weapons. So these directed energy weapons, and then you have to ask themselves, hang on, why haven't we heard about it? Maybe because they're classified. And the reason why they're classified is because directed ended weapons allow people to commit the perfect murder. And I'll explain you how this works. If you have a microwave, I bought mine for $20 in back when I was a student. You can buy a microwave for $20. If you know what you're doing in electronics, you can take out the little microwave emitter. You can use the microwave emitter, hold it up against a wall, and you can irradiate your neighbor. You can kill them, actually. You can give them a heart attack. The microwaves are silent. If you get it right, the person dies, and there's no bullet hole, nothing. Now, microwaves go through walls. I think the transmission rate is 50% or thereabouts. So, to microwaves, the walls of a home look like military bars. You can still see people. This is the reason why we can use cell phones and doors, because the cell phones can communicate with the cell towers going through the walls. So with just microwave weapons, you have weapons whereby you can kill dissidents and it looked like they died of a heart attack, stroke, or got cancer. That's it. When you have a weapon like that and you classify it so that the general public doesn't know, you can start culling them. And what you would expect to see if that's the case is a ludicrous increase in cancer rates. You would, expect to see something like teenage cancer going rampant, which is exactly what we're seeing. You would also see that certain whistleblowers and outspoken people would die very early of the typical, after effects you would expect of microwaves. In no case could you actually prove it conclusively unless an autopsy specifically looks for this. None of them do. But if you do statistical analysis, like in particle physics, you can conclusively prove that people are being murdered in these ways. So the way we work in particle physics is that no single event, particle physics collision, can you say, oh, that one contains the Higgs boson. You can never say. You can just collect many events and then plot them against your expectation. Say, oh, that must be the Higgs boson because it fits the expectation of the Higgs boson. So 100% of scientific results are published that way. You can apply it one-on-one to these cases.
So, Katherine, it is breaking. I think we got most of that. It's very choppy. But Matt also, actually, he's been on the air for many hours today, and I think has to wrap it up.
Oh, God,
soon. But I want to thank you for sharing all of that. I mean, Bill, your experience at the top, and Katherine for sharing all of this with us. I mean, it's a lot to take in, as you said, Matt, but hopefully, I'll edit this and try to get as much as I can. Maybe it will be clear on part of the recording, I hope. So, yeah, so.
Thank you guys.
Sorry, just one idea. Next time, if there's a next time at all, one way to get around that is for me to parallel record our image offline and also to run an audio recorder so that our end can be uploaded with perfect audio quality. There's no way to sabotage it because we have an offline audio recorder capturing our voice, if you know what I mean.
Great idea. Great idea. So you guys have a backup audio that we then line up on the editing timeline and just lock it in with your voice. Yeah. That's good. And then we'll figure out we would figure out how to piece it together. Otherwise, if we miss anything, but knowing that we would have that after the fact and we can line it up for the viewer. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Cool.
Thank you both so much for talking with us.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Sorry for so bad.
No.
Thank you for your patience.
Remember, if this keeps happening, it's not by accident.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Okay, we're back. Let me get your mic off here. Okay. Or back on. So as we saw in the comments, and you guys that toughed it out with us, this was our conclusion. This was I'm gonna put this one up here right away. Not the recording. It sounds like radio frequency interference. That was our suspicion, and we went through this video, guys. As you know, when you put part 1 and 2 together, it's an hour and almost 40 that we ended up cutting out, a good 10, 15 minutes to keep it flowing. But the reason that we chose to play the parts that you barely understand that was part of the experience. This is not just a bad connection or somebody messed up with their internet thing, or they were on the wrong Wi-Fi. That we have that problem all the time. There's nothing to see there. This is something different. This is part of the story. So we have Bill Binney, we have Dr. Katherine Horton. They're telling their story, their experiences, that every time they get on a feed, when they have a perfect internet connection, and then all of a sudden they don't, every time. As soon as, if you guys notice, it was right when she held up that book earlier in part 2 there. That's when we initially got the sense that something was going to be off here. And yes, we could have chopped it down more for you guys, but we wanted you to see the experience, and they have this every time. So we're trying to come up with a solution in the future. It is a lot of trial and errors here with these guys, but we hope at least the general sense of what we discussed and what their story was conveyed. We do apologize of the, that was hard to get through, but the story's there. Make no mistake, it's something they stand behind totally. Kelly and I have discussed it about. Let's open up. I want to throw to you, Kelly, and we'll throw a few of the other responses up too. But have you had any new thoughts since we recorded this interview with them?
I mean, I've considered it. I think my stance is the same, is that whenever there is a very big topic like that requires a lot of research, I really have to dig in and do it myself before I can take a stance on it, really. Do I believe it's possible? I mean, certainly all kinds of things are possible that we don't really know about, the technology. It's just,
no, we know the technology is possible. This is what I was talking about. We know that technology is possible.
Yeah.
Would they implement it? And is there enough benefit for them to do that financially, or do they gain some sort of power from that implementation?
There was a part in the interview when I rewatched it when I was editing that I wanted to point out, and that's where I think you say something like, why do they try to shut down all the discourse online, the dissent, if they know that I'm paraphrasing, but
that was
they can just do something like this to someone like Binney, presuming that this is they're accurate and that's really happening, or whatever other ways that whistleblowers are tortured, whether it's lawfare and they're bankrupt or whatever. And I think the answer to that is, maybe the powers that be don't want to admit it, but all of us, a populist uprising is what they fear the most. A true, joining of forces that is not under the GOP or the DNC tent, just people, a real, and sharing information and talking about things and not just believing the media anymore is extremely dangerous.
Yes.
So I think that's exactly why they do it. It's a warning. It's not just to shut up that person. It's a warning to everyone else, and that's why we're fearful of the first time I ever heard anyone say something that I just thought, my jaw just hit the floor, was when Afshin Ratanzi mentioned, we were talking about Vault 7 on Assange Countdown to Freedom. He was talking with Randy. And he mentions, how they can run your car into whatever. And he was referencing Michael Hastings, but I was just kind of shocked because I know I was conditioned to, self-censor, and you don't say things like that out loud because you just get hammered with that's crazy talk, So it does take a lot of courage to be the first one out there talking about things. I just think we have to be cautious because I think there's also the whole, maybe I said this in the interview, muddying the waters, where a lot of stuff that really is not true gets thrown in there too. I think that's a tactic so that everyone sounds crazy, so they can discredit people that are speaking out.
Well, no, that's the infiltration of the resistance movement. They always create the most outlandish idea of what the resistance is saying, just so they can beat that particular point, just kind of hit that out of the park. All you have to do is, all you got to do, and we saw this with COVID, all you got to do is put Bill Gates up on a stage, get an actor up there, get a washed up actor like Cal Penn, who's left Hollywood, went to get a job with Obama on his staff, gets on that stage, and we knew him from like Harold and Kumar, so people recognize this guy. So he's up on that stage. He's got his Obama credentials now, so he's lock in step with state narrative, COVID protocol, and he opens the interview with, "Hey, Bill Gates, we got a lot to get into, but first, can we just get to the elephant in the room? Are you trying to kill us with microchips through the vaccine with the COVID? Are you trying to kill us? I just want to get through that first." The whole room laughs. He laughs, and he goes, "Obviously, we're not doing that." And then we move on, and that's the end. So that is the resistance. So that's going to happen no matter what, Kelly. I hear your concern there, but that scene that was created, that theater scene with Cal Penn playing a role that he was selected to do, and Bill Gates saying the line he was supposed to say back, and the room laughing, that's theater, and that's designed for the audience to, to process that and go, "Oh, those anti-vaxxers are crazy. They think Bill Gates is trying to kill us with microchips." Right? So that's going to happen anyways. Us using that as an excuse to back off because if we are too loud, that's going to happen, is not an excuse enough for us. We still need to ask the questions. They're going to do that anyways. Now, the point you made, which I like a lot, because I asked that question very honestly and innocently. I said, why would they have to put so much time into this, into stopping you and punishing you? Why? Because they'll never go to jail. And that was my starting point. You made a great point. They're not punishing people and stopping people because they're worried about going to jail. They're doing it because they're looking at the long game. That's a great point. The long game is, if enough of us are able to speak out and not have ramifications from that speaking out, we will eventually have a real populist movement going against them. So that's a long game they're playing. Don't let them get too excited. It's not to protect them from the law. They own all that. They're not going to jail. So one other thing I learned from them was another answer to that question that now makes sense. The other reason they want to do these things, as they explained about the DEWs and the microchipping, they're at the same time as punishing people, they're also getting to kind of have a little playground of experimentation and figure out how this technology works and do a little trial and error. What can we get away with? How can we use this? How can we use this on more people in a different context, a different scenario? So they get to play their games on top of it, of the torturing of whatever they're implementing. And again, this is their experience and we're hearing it. And you guys saw it too. You guys saw that there was some weird thing in that connection. I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe they're the only people I ever get on a show with where every time we're trying to talk, their perfect internet connection happens to go down right when we start talking about this stuff. Total coincidence, probably.
Well, if it weren't Bill Binney, I might say, oh, maybe they're just some random people. Or maybe they're doing it on purpose on their end somehow, But anyway, yes, I am the eternal skeptic, and I think you're about to wrap up, aren't you?
We'll wrap this up. I'm just going to put up one more of these. This is how our audience reacted from Ghost Star.
I saw that comment.
I initially thought Bill had lost it when he had said he was being electronically poisoned. Not anymore. Well,
see, that's my point though, because your audience knows, like, certain people, we're all in these silos right now, like watching media. But I know that there are a ton of people that are still watching cable news, or they're watching things on social media that come from cable news. And I think if you want to try to get those people that would never consider some of the things that we talk about to be, you have to you have to take baby steps with them, I guess, is what I'm saying. And to wrap up, if you don't mind, I'll just mention my the meeting I'm going to hold again. It's in an hour or less than an hour now at 8. So if you're listening, you can tag me or message me on Twitter, or just a post under at Kelly's Words if you're interested in joining the election security meeting. But I will say that there is why I'm such a skeptic, because right now we have a situation where we've got, like, basically stop the steal. Some of the things that weren't accurate in those complaints about the elections, it's been going on the left, on the Democrat side. And I had a front row seat to this, and I saw things that were not evidence of fraud being presented as evidence of fraud to raise money, to confuse people. And this is why I'm such a stickler to not speculating too far, because they came up with this whole thing that drop-offs, which is anybody here listening has seen a couple of these organizations doing this. They said that drop-offs, which was where you vote down ballot for, say, Democrat, but they didn't vote for Harris, that was evidence of fraud. And what it really, in fact, is independent split ticket voting. And there's plenty of evidence of that. But they just took it and ran with it, and they have a whole bunch of people that are upset that Trump won again. Tens of thousands of people. I've seen a couple podcasts with 100,000 views, and it says, Trump hacked the election with Elon Musk's help, and they've raised money off of this, and it's just maddening to me. So that's why I really want to stick to, especially with election security related things, is I'm not going to say that this something is if we can't prove it. So anyway,
No, appreciate all your work, Kelly, and making these things happen. And please, guys, go if you're interested in the election integrity issue, which you should be. If you're watching our show, you should be interested in that issue. Just go ahead and DM Kelly at Kelly's Words, and she'll get you the private link to be part of the private discussion happening at the top of the next hour. That's 5 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock Eastern, coming right up. We'll be done with our show by then, but we do have a little more we're going to do. We're going to talk back with you guys here in a second. But Kelly, thank you so much. We'll continue this conversation about NSA whistleblowing and DEWs. It's a thing. It's a thing. And so we'll figure out the next chapter or the next way we're going to do it. But I think I've decided we're not going to put this segment up on its own. It's just going to exist here on this live stream. We'll try and keep it on YouTube. Hopefully we won't get a strike on it for YouTube.
Right.
But on Rumble, it'll be here on the live. I'm not going to edit this segment and have it separate. I'm just going to leave it as is.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Because you just call attention to, then you may get that strike. So
we'll just let it be what it is now. Yeah. You guys can go and find it or not, but we'll keep sharing out our other segments. But this one is it still feels like a work in progress. But we're glad you guys toughed it out with us because it's an in-process thing, and we'll see what we can come up with next and give you guys something when we got it. And thank you, Kelly, for all your hard work. And
thank you. And we will have the meetings will become a live stream thing, probably the first of the year. It's just kind of getting going. So yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Guys. All right, Kelly. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
All right. Okay. Bye. Kelly Lane, everybody. Go check her out. Check out her Substack. DM her about this meeting that's going to be happening. You guys can participate in that. Because it's a private meeting and she doesn't want it to be public. So you have an opportunity to be part of that little group. So just go ahead and send her a little request for that StreamYard link. And if you want to do that, it's at the top of the hour. In the meantime, we're going to do this now. I think it's time to engage with you guys. I know we did some engagement during the 2-part interview, but we have other parts of the show as well that you guys have chimed in on. So we're going to give that a chance to breathe on its own. And do a little talking back with you. So let's go ahead and get started with that right now. Don't forget, if you want to throw a comment up and you haven't yet, you're more than welcome to do it on any of our platforms right now because we're multi-streaming, and you can just do this on all of these. So we're going to be talking back with Matt. You guys can do it on Rumble. That's the Homeless Left on Rumble. And on X, you can also do THL Presents on YouTube, and we'll get right to you. We'll get to as many as we possibly can in the next 15 20 minutes, and then we got some more show for you after that. We got another Loudest Voice of the Week for you, so don't go anywhere. Actually, we're going to just start. We're not taking a break. We're just going to start. Okay, here we go, guys. Time for Talking Back. It's Talking Back with Matt. We are breaking down today's episode. So far, we're talking about these conversations, these very delicate conversations. We just got off one with Bill Binney, famous whistleblower, NSA whistleblower Bill Binney, and Dr. Katherine Horton. We're talking about the type of censorship being implemented by the NSA, the technology being implemented beyond the surveillance state onto the American people themselves. We went down kind of a little rabbit hole with DEWs, that's direct energy weapons, also microchipping. This is a very delicate topic of conversation. You guys definitely didn't stay silent during that, so we'll get to some of those comments and questions on that as well. Now, we also have been talking about Big Pharma, the reaction to the Hep B vaccine being removed from the recommendations of the children's vaccine schedule. Make no mistake, it ain't being removed from the shelf, only from the schedule. So there's that. We looked at the Candace Owen investigation of not just Charlie Kirk, but of Turning Point USA. And there seems to be another whistleblower that came out and exposed some more bad behavior from TPUSA. We have the deal that was not squashed, but a little bit, I would say hijacked. The Paramount has hijacked the deal between Netflix and Warner Brothers. So we'll talk to you guys about that as well. And then some action, obviously some more military action going on, a U.S. coup taking place in the Honduras. And then we're on the brink of war in Venezuela as well. So a lot of stuff to expose here as far as the military industrial complex, and the propaganda machine that we call the news is not really the news. The mainstream media pundits are actually propagandists. So you guys know that's how we call it out here on the show. So let's get some of your comments now. And today's show, we're calling it Stop Asking Questions. But you guys know that's us being facetious. We actually want you to ask questions, but they don't want us to ask questions. So that's how that works. Okay, let's get to some of these comments. Actually, can we just do this right off the bat? And Craig Pasta, awesome. He was on the show when we were talking about Venezuela and Honduras, and he pointed out we got this pretty cool super chat that came in. So I just want people to know that this is very well appreciated. I'm going to read it again here. Thank you so much, Sasha and Ad Morgan. Thank you. You're saying your channel should have 100,000 subscribers. We hope it does one day. Great show, supporting independent journalists. Really appreciate it, guys. Super chats go so far for us. You guys don't even know. It means so much. Also, Rumble rants, and you guys know how to do those. And we will get you to the front of the line. You can say whatever you want. Anything you want, we'll jump it to the front of the line, and we really, really do appreciate it. So thank you for that. Okay, let's see some of this other stuff. Okay. Yes, Bill Binney is a true patriot, a man of courage and principle. Thank you for that, non-tribal guy. Let's see what else we have. From Marvin Vargas, AI, the fuel of Zyotechnocracy to silence any opposition. The Zyos, elites, will set the criteria for people. Silence terrorists, opposition, questioning, etc. Very well put. This is the monster we fight every day, and we try to expose it and call it out. But they work on a number of different entities in different layers of where they exist, and they do they're doing it multiple. Let's just say they spin multiple plates, and we have to watch all of those spinning at the same time and figure out what the hell's going on here. It seems like one big machine, but it might be a bunch of machines just happening to work together under the same system of total control and power over the people. But thank you for that. Let's see. We have Airways. The criminals in DC are not interested in doing the right thing. They just pretend they're doing good. Come on, Matt. Venezuela is not involved in drug trafficking by the DEA's own analysis and reports. Yeah, well, thanks for setting me straight. I thought it was all about the drugs. That's what I thought, because I was told that we care about, helping people that have, drug problems in other countries. We certainly like to help our country with drug problems. Oh, wait, never mind. Scratch that. We don't actually do that. We actually don't care about that. But yeah, thanks for setting me straight on that. Bonzo Beans, thanks for, by the way, thanks for modding for us today on our channels. And yes, it does feel like it's 2002 again. Go Start said Bill has been targeted since Seth Rich. And yes, we did talk about the Seth Rich thing and his involvement with that. And we do look at Seth Rich being kind of a template or a kind of a, I guess we would say it's a marker. Seth Rich is a marker for how we can cite those red flags when they tell people they're not allowed to ask questions. And we see it time and time again since Seth Rich. And that's when that's when I discovered it. I go, wait, that's weird. You can't ask any questions about Seth Rich. How strange is that? Oh, you might upset the family. You might upset national security's at stake. That's a great one. You guys know that one. That's never true, by the way. It's never a national security risk for the American people to have information about what its own country did against its own people. That's not a national security risk. That's a security risk against them that are doing the crimes against the American people. It's a risk against them, not for our national security. Actually, we need to know when there's bad things being done by our own government. We need to know. Don't fall for the line that it's going to compromise our national security. Not a thing. Not a thing. Okay. Let's see. We got a lot of our regulars turning in. Really like you guys. What else we get? Okay, we got oh yeah, we were talking a little basketball. Okay, Citizen Pendejo, we know you. We know you're a Pistons guy. Yeah. So me and Pasta talking Lakers. We're Lakers here on the West Coast. Obviously, Craig is Knicks. So we're gonna have disputes there. That's fine. That's cool. No worries. Oh, you do love the Lakers. Okay. Rooting for them. Except when they face Detroit. Okay, fair enough. I get you on that. That's fine. That's cool. Okay. Oh, here's a good one from Julia Collins. We shouldn't underestimate the healthcare earthquake that's about to hit. Health insurance premiums are going to skyrocket for 20 plus million Americans over the next 2 months. My premiums doubled in price. It is a scam. We know the healthcare industry is a scam. We still have people trying to hold on to the notion that we have better healthcare because it's privatized. And these other countries, they have these horrible long lines out the door. Guess what happens here? Without fail, the middleman company takes your money your entire life, and then when you need it, they give you every excuse in the book not to cover you, the thing you've been paying in for your entire life. The whole thing is a scam. It's a scam. We should be pushing Medicare for all, for everyone. That doesn't mean you're getting your health care directly from the government. It doesn't mean that. It means the government is paying for it, but you can go to any provider you want to. It's not being assigned by the government. That's a misnomer. People need to understand that. You still have a market in which the best service provider will get your business. That's how the market is supposed to work. But no longer are we paying a middleman, I guess we call it a cartel at this point, that pushes and pushes and pushes their product on you only to take it away from you later. It's not real. It's not okay. And they come beat down your door if you F with them, but they can F with you anytime they want. That is not healthcare. And that is not constitutional. Also, it's just not morally okay. And we have to stop lying about the healthcare system, and we need to fix it. And anybody who doesn't want to fix it obviously is in bed with the middleman every day of the week. Okay. Let's do a few more. Yo, pasta and wine. That's a good one, Leslie. That's a good one. We might do something with that because you got Craig Pasta, you got Matt Weinglass, kind of like pasta and wine. That's good. That's good. And if we throw Jamie cheese slice in there, we got something. We got some sort of lunch. Yeah, a little Italian lunch going there or dinner, right? You got a little wine, little pasta, little cheese slice going. So yeah, there's something there. I know it's Netflix. I say flex because I don't really care. They're what they are. But thank you for correcting me. Oh, I didn't know this happened. Really? Did Tom Cruise pull a little Trump derangement syndrome? That's so weird. Speaking of Tom Cruise, is it true he refused a Kennedy Center Award because he didn't want to accept the award from Trump? I don't know if his people told him that, if that actually happened. That'd be really weird if he did that. Why? He would have accepted it. He would have accepted it if it was Kamala Harris. I guess I could believe that. I guess I could believe that. You have to be in line. You have to be part of the thing. They tell you what to be mad at. They tell you what's okay to show up for this, not okay to show up for that. Yeah, I didn't take Tom Cruise to be somebody that would follow those rules, but maybe he does. Maybe he does. I don't know. I don't care at this point, to be honest. Oh, I love this one. Hey, without billionaires, who would create all these jobs? Plus, if you work really hard enough, guys, if you just put your mind to it, you work really hard, you too can become a billionaire yourself. You just got to put in the hours. That's how Elon did it. He just worked every minute of every day. He punched in and he never punched out. That's the only way, right? He did it. That's the American way. Punch in your time clock. Maybe he punched in 3 time clocks at once, and maybe they were going for 24-hour cycles. Maybe he had the ability to freeze time and keep the time clocks going, because mathematically, it doesn't make any freaking sense that you'd ever make it to be a billionaire. But I'm sure he figured something out. He just worked harder than the rest of us. That has to be it. He just worked harder. The rest of us are lazy because we need to clock out at the end of the day and go home and tend to our family and have dinner and get a good night's sleep so we can get up really early and go right back to the job again. And then we got to get a second job and a third job so we don't, we can make our mortgage and not lose our house. So we're just lazy. That's all. Billionaires work harder than normal people. That's obvious at this point. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we have I think this is in reference to Candace. I wouldn't argue with her in public, even if everybody knew I was right. A good assessment. She's pretty good at the takedown. I thought, and thank you for that, Eno Shadow Walker. I would say, I think she thought she was actually going to get the debate on Turning Points. I think she thought that. It looked like she was excited. They were about to lock it in, and then they double crossed her on it. If they had gone through with it, ooh, that would have been good. That would have been good. Okay, moving on. We'll do a few more here. Yep, Citizen Benedejo. They poured cement. This is the Charlie Kirk crime scene. They literally poured cement on it. And who's they? That's Turning Point. They made the call. They're the ones that were allowed to have the crime scene just put cement right over it. So was the FBI involved with that? Yes, probably. I think they were. I believe they were working together on this, just kind of following a protocol of quick action. You saw Kash Patel get on TV. He's all about the American people demand fastness, speediness. We got this thing done in 33 hours flat, case closed. That's not what the American people want. They don't want speediness. They don't want their crime scene cemented over within 48 hours. They don't want that. The cement company, we've heard from people that work for that company. They got the call. They said, hey, we need you to come in Saturday morning, Sunday morning, get this thing done. It was Sunday morning. What? Can't wait till Monday? No, we need this now. So stop what you're doing. Whatever you thought you had your weekend off, you didn't. Get over here with that cement truck and let's get this thing all worked out, all gone like nothing ever happened. That's happened. That happened. Okay, a few more. And I get this, Bonzo Beans. Brand is so not to be trusted. And I mean, of course, we're wondering why would he be so dumbfounded? Candace, I don't know. Could you please explain to me how would you think Israel would benefit from Charlie Kirk's assassination? I just cannot figure it out. Please, Candace, please explain it to me. I cannot think of it right now. No, he's clearly just playing dumb there. So yeah, no, it's too bad because Russell has done some good work in the past, but the Zionist behavior and the playing dumb, we've had enough of it, man. We've had enough of it. So yeah, thank you for that. Yes, and thank you, Leslie. Hi, friends. Don't forget to hit the like, subscribe button. All of it helps. We have one dislike. Hope no one is offended. Yeah, once in a while, people will come in and go, "What the hell are these guys up to?" And they'll do the little dislike. We don't care. We don't care about that. We know there's enough of you guys. There's enough of you guys, so we're fine with that. That's fine. And then into the Bill Binney discussion. We have the Seth Rich thing. Yeah, thank you, Brahms. Seth's family was definitely threatened. We know that. And thank you, longtime listener. Thank you for putting me, I needed to be reminded this. Matt, it's too soon to ask questions about Charlie's and Seth's deaths. We need to respect their families. Yeah, I think you're right. We also need to respect 9/11 families. That's very important. They haven't had time to grieve yet. How dare us ask questions about 9/11? Their relatives got murdered, for crying out loud. Let them grieve. Let them grieve. It's just too soon. Also too soon is to ask about JFK, because JFK also has people that are grieving still, because it was like it just happened, that 1963 murder. Still need time to grieve. We'll back off. We'll stop being so, harsh when we know that family members don't want to know what actually happened to their relatives. And that's important. If you're a family member and somebody dies, either was shot, looks like it was, they thought it was one person, but then it looks like maybe there's something else going on. They don't want to know what's going on. Why would they? Just like if a family member drops dead, dies suddenly for no reason, can't figure it out, doctors are baffled. Why should we ask questions? They don't want to know why their loved one died. Let them grieve. Let them grieve. Don't ask questions. That's what we call the show. Don't ask questions, guys. Not appropriate. Not okay. Yes, and we also, of course, I said 9/11. Also, of course, October 7th. We need to respect the victims' families. Do not talk about either of those two events, or you're anti-Semitic. That's what I would say. I would say you're anti-Semitic if you want to talk about any of that. So okay, we'll wrap this one up. We were talking about the direct energy weapons with Bill Binney and Katherine. And this is good. I appreciate this. Longtime listener says, I appreciate Kelly being conservative on some more out there questions. There's definitely a lot of misinformation put out there to delegitimize our movement and confuse and divide us. And we did talk about this, longtime listener, and I do believe they're going to put the misinformation out there anyways. Should not deter us from actually having these conversations, just because we should anticipate that they will absolutely put out these distractions, create the opposition. It's called controlled opposition. They'll create it every time. And then that's the thing that they then knock down and then say, we solved it. We knocked down the thing. It sounded crazy. Isn't it kind of like how Israel invests in Hamas? Isn't that the same? Where you invest in the thing, then you can present it to the world. Look how crazy Hamas is. Now you don't have to talk about actual Palestinians, actual human beings. You don't have to do that anymore because you built up this thing to be controlled opposition, which then becomes the thing that you say, there's a problem with that. There's a problem with that argument. F you, F all of you now. F all of you. So they create that. So they're going to do that anyways. Shouldn't stop us from having these conversations. It shouldn't stop us from asking these questions, just because they're going to do that anyway. Okay. And yeah, that screen got nuts. And I do appreciate you guys all toughing it out for that interview. Yeah, this looked like the stream had been canceled by the government. Yeah. And it looks like that they did extra shadow banning because it was, and you guys were all saying shadow banning, can't hear. We understand all that happened. It turns out I'm getting word that during the replay of the interview, it got even worse. So we were listening to it at a certain level of when we recorded it, and there was interference in the recording. It turns out they interfered in the playback of the recording. So that was wild. I appreciate all you guys toughing it out for that. Like I told Kelly, we're not going to be putting that one up separately on our segments on YouTube or Rumble. So it is what it is. It's a work in progress. At least we got the conversation started. And I think we're all better off from that. Yes, we know Donald Duck's mom can't understand what they're saying. Yes, we all had that problem. We did our best with it. And that's how it is. And this kind of sums it up. The video is completely censored. And but we fight back anyways. And this is a good point. Did anyone notice on X, the controversial videos only play a couple of seconds before you have to hit play again and again and again? Yeah, that has happened. Yeah, that has happened. Yeah, and it did sound like radio frequency interference. Thank you for that, number 6. Really appreciate it. And yeah, that should do it on Talking Back. Thanks for joining us today, guys. It's been a great conversation. We will play a few more of your, we'll throw up a few more of your guys' comments. We've got a bunch coming in before that. And we'll put that up on the outro. But for now, I think we're going to do our final segment since we still got you guys here. And we're just barely getting to the 4.5 mark. So I think we got time for one more. We just don't like getting to the 5. If we get to the 5 hour, then that's a little too much. Okay. Let's do our loudest voice segment. I want to make sure I didn't miss any other super chats. Make sure we didn't miss any other Rumble rants. Okay, I think we got everyone. Okay, very cool. Thank you guys. And yeah, we're all queued up. Let's go ahead and do loudest voice of the week. Okay, here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week. You guys know we covered last week on the show, a viral clip blew up. It was Hillary Clinton telling us that the reason that the TikTokers and YouTubers and people on social media, the reason that they're responding to the genocide in Palestine is the way they're responding is because they're victims of people sharing stuff that's not accurate online. And she goes to the extent to say that some of these videos that they're watching of children being blown up, people being murdered by Israel, entire towns and houses and schools and hospitals being blown up. Some people double tapped. We had a girl, we know there's a film about this girl that was shot over hundreds of times in the same spot. We know that children are targeted. We know how this works. We know journalists have been targeted and killed. We know the entire Gaza Strip is now a parking lot. But even with all that said, Hillary Clinton wanted you to know that the reason people are assessing it the way they are is because there are totally fake videos out there that are not even accurate at all. And we'll let her say it for herself. I'll replay just the end of this clip so you guys can just get a piece of it if you missed it when we covered it. And then we'll get to the pushback, because that's what we're about here, the pushback to Hillary Clinton, which we'll get to in a second. But here's just the tail end of what she said.
Challenge is with younger people. More than 50% of young people in America get their news from social media. So just pause on that for a second. They are seeing short-form videos, some of them totally made up, some of them not at all representing what they claim to be showing.
Can you give us an example, Hillary? So you say some of them are totally made up, some of them don't represent. Are you saying that people are sharing videos of other genocides and they're maliciously telling us it's in Gaza because they don't have any there's no material there? Is that what you're saying? That we don't really have the material, but in order to get people upset, you got to pull from other genocides. What exactly do you mean it's not what they're saying? It's not what they're representing. What do you mean by that? And what do you mean by totally made up? Are you saying that there's AI videos out there of Gaza? Do you think we need to have those? Do you think there's not enough material to choose from of real, actual, violent, murderous, genocidal behavior from the IDF time and time again, every single day for the past several years? And before October 7th, no, she apparently doesn't think there's much material to choose from. And that's why, as she claims, a lot of it is totally made up and misrepresenting what it is. But that's the part of the interview that went viral. And the reason it went viral is that we know that this is all bullshit. And it also reminds us that the Democratic Party is exactly like the Republican Party. This reminds us that this is not a unique Trump and Netanyahu high-fiving situation. This is the U.S. government, both parties, the entire Western apparatus high-fiving with Netanyahu. That's what this says, which kind of makes our war between left and right, our war between red and blue, our war between Trump and Biden and Kamala, it kind of makes that not really a thing. Completely fake. That's why this clip blew up. Let's look at the pushback on, since this is Loudest Voice of the Week. The pushback came first, what we saw, and this is pretty cool, because Aaron Mate from the Gray Zone had a chance to confront Hillary. And this is what he tweeted out. I ran into Hillary at the Doha Forum and asked about her recent claim that young people oppose Israel's genocide in Gaza because they do not know history and are duped by pure propaganda on social media. And of course, she declined to answer. Watch her face, because he gets in there pretty tight, and watch her physical reaction, because that's the key. I think Aaron Mate is very not as descriptive on this particular post. That's why we're going to show you the actual video. But it's not about declining to answer. It's watch her physical reaction. She actually wants us to think it's funny because she's laughing and smiling. Watch this.
Hi, Secretary Clinton. Secretary Clinton, I can ask a question. I'm a journalist with the Gray Zone. Can I ask you, you said at the Israel Hayom Summit that young people are brainwashed because of social media. What about young people who just don't want to see U.S.-made bombs kill Palestinians? Any message for them? No. Okay.
So the laughing started when Aaron introduced himself. That's the thing. So she knows what the Gray Zone is. She perfectly is aware of Gray Zone and the reporting they've done, consistent reporting they've done over the years against the military-industrial complex, again, against illegal occupation, against genocide, against any of our regime change wars or any of our duplicitous behavior and activities all throughout Latin America, all throughout Africa, all throughout the Middle East. So she knows what the Gray Zone is, and that's why she started laughing right away when he introduced himself. And of course, she had no comment. Now look, she had a chance to walk her statements back. Of course she didn't, because she's only agreed to talk to people that will bring her on a show and ask her a lead-in question to help her with her, I guess you say, damage control. And the way you do that is you ask, hey, Hillary, could you clarify what you were talking about when you said that, people get confused on social media and we just need to do better about making sure they're getting correct information? Well, that's not what she said. She said she was a lot harsher. She said the people sharing videos on social media about Palestine and children being murdered, that they're totally made up. That's what she said, that they're totally made up and they're being purposely misrepresented as fake. So that's not so those are the only, she's not going to take a question like that. And that's why she walked away from Aaron Mate. She was ready to walk away the second she knew it was him, because she knew what was coming. That's the way it works. Does this remind you guys of another Clinton? It certainly reminds us. I'll play this. Watch the look on Bill Clinton's face. Bill Clinton being asked about Epstein. They are rehearsed in this laughter reaction, trying to pretend it's natural, like they're really laughing. But look behind his eyes. It's the same look Hillary had. It's all fake. It's all staged. there's nothing real about these smiles and these laughs. But these questions need to be asked. So if you guys didn't see this one, this was Bill Clinton just a few weeks before that.
Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein?
Look at that. Bill Clinton thinks it's funny to ask about Epstein. Why is that so funny? Are you having memories of good old times? What is it? What is it? What is so fun? I like to know what's so funny. Do you think that question is inappropriate? Do you think the question is crazy? Do you think the person asking you doesn't know how to ask a question correctly? Would you rather it was asked a different way? What is so funny? What is so funny? Oh, he even glances back. I don't think Aaron Mate got the glance back from Hillary. Hillary got the hell out of there a lot faster. But these are the questions that need to be asked. And, when you introduce yourself as a journalist, like Aaron Mate did to Hillary Clinton, and you get that reaction, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job at your job. If you're saying, hi, I'm Aaron Mate, I'm with the Gray Zone, and you get a look like that. Let's watch that one more time. Let's just watch that one more time. Watch what happens the second Aaron says who he is, identifies himself, and what outlet he's with. Watch Hillary Clinton's face.
Hi, Secretary Clinton. Secretary Clinton, I can ask a question. I'm a journalist with the Gray Zone. Can I ask you, you said at the Israel Hayom Summit that young people are brainwashed because of social media. What about you?
So she was laughing right away. As soon as the camera got her face on there, she was already laughing. And all he said was, I'm a journalist with the Gray Zone. That's all he said. And now she's ready to do her walk away. She won't say another word.
Young people who just don't want to see U.S.-made bombs kill Palestinians. Okay. Any message for them? No. Okay.
No message. We don't care. Don't care. F them and F you. And that's it. But that's how you do journalism. You go and you ask the question. And again, if you got to the point in your career like Aaron Mate and Max Blumenthal, by the way, amazing work Max does as well. We featured him on Loudest Voice a few times. So both of them have been, no stranger to this method of honest, courageous, investigative journalism, having your questions ready to go when you run into the people that you need to confront and doing it in a professional and articulate way. All in. And so when you get to the point where you're introducing yourself as, hi, I'm a journalist from the Gray Zone, and you're getting that reaction right away before you even ask a question, that means you're doing a great job. So the loudest voice of the week this week goes to Aaron Mate at the Gray Zone. Good stuff. Keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. Okay. I think that should do it for today's show. Ah, wow, man. We had a packed show today. I just want to thank everyone that participated in today's show. I got to give a shout out to Craig Pasa Jardula coming in. Great coverage on those stories. We'll get the segments out to you guys soon. Kelly Lane, excellent work with Bill and Catherine and the two-part interview. We won't be putting that out on our channel. So you guys, if you missed that, you can go back and watch it on the live. We'll keep the lives up of the Bill and Catherine interactions. We'll keep it on YouTube and on Rumble and see what happens. Hopefully we won't get a strike for that one. But yeah, a great show today, guys. Thanks for all of your engagement. Thanks to our mods, our new mods. Very cool. And everyone else that participated, and Leslie behind the scenes too. Thank you. And we'll see you guys back here on Thursday. We'll have Jay Scott back with us. We got a lot more stories that we weren't able to do today. We're going to get into on Thursday. So we might have another guest. We'll have to see. So we'll see what happens, but stay tuned for more with the Homeless Left on Thursday. And I think we have set up, there's been a rescheduling of the conversation with Craig Pasta, Fiorella, Don DeBar, and myself. We will see if we're going to be on Truthwire perhaps tomorrow or on Friday, and probably do a Garland Nixon show as well at some point before next week. So yeah, just keep your eyes open. Thanks for being part of the Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news here. We're here twice a week. That's Tuesdays and Thursdays, all afternoon on all the channels. Don't forget to hit the like, the subscribe And yeah, be part of what we're doing. It's ongoing. This is a work in progress. We never stop. We never quit. We keep fighting the fight. It's never too soon to ask questions. It's never too soon to get out there and figure out what the hell is going on. What is the thing they're not telling us? That's how we all have to be, using our critical thinking skills, not checking in with a tribe every time something goes down. Tell us what to think. Tell us what to post. Tell us what to be mad at. Tell us what to be excited about. Tell us what to be joyful about, hope and change. Tell us about what to be angry and fearful of. King Trump, tell us, because we need to know. No, we're done with you telling us. We're going to decide for ourselves how we feel about when things happen, when things break, when news breaks. We're going to look into it ourselves. We're going to use our critical thinking skills, because we're not part of a tribe. We're part of a community. It's a homeless community. We're not with any tribe. We left the left. You guys might have left a different tribe or community. Guess what? We don't have to check any boxes to get into our doors, because we don't have any doors. We're homeless, right? Homeless. We don't got no doors. We're just an open space. That's all we are. Open space. Thank you for being part of that space with us. We'll see you next week. And on the way out, this is totally appropriate. On the way out, let me upload it here and get it ready. I'm going to queue it up. This is a good one. I'm glad we found this one today. So this is an opportunity. Pay attention to this. I'll throw up some more of your guys' comments we missed earlier, but pay attention to this. This is a former military behavior expert. His name is Chase Hughes, and he's going to tell us how you can spot a PSYOP. Very important, especially today. Pay attention. This stuff is worth it, and we can utilize it as we move forward into the future. Thanks again, guys. Thanks to all of you being part of the show. Remember, when you go out in the world, always go at it with courage, with conviction, and principle. They're all important. They're all important. Be consistent. Okay, guys, we'll see you next time. Power to the people, and free Palestine. We're out.
If you're in the middle of a psychological operation,
I would just assume 24/7 that we are. But let's go into the details. But
what are the signs that something is a psychological operation specifically?
So narrative sticking points. So matching narrative is number one. A matching narrative means that I'm hearing pretty much the same messaging from media outlets, celebrity influencers, which is number two, and authority. So people that are in a position of social authority, not like cops and lawyers, and judges, but people in social authority, like pop singers. And I won't say any names. Pop singers, the most popular pop singers, all saying the same shit on social media. That should terrify you to the deepest part of your core, that none of this is real, or none of this is what it seems like. And those are the first two. Number three is, if you're seeing people silenced or ostracized for disagreeing with an idea. We saw this during the pandemic, like crazy. There were Harvard-educated medical doctors that were kicked off of social media, which is our greatest fear of human beings, is being ostracized socially. It's greater than death. This is why public speaking is rated higher by almost everybody than death. And it's not public speaking that we're afraid of. It's being out there and having a big idea and then getting rejected by a large crowd. That's what terrifies human beings. And you can leverage the shit out of that, especially when you can manufacture an artificial tribe on social media. So Harvard-educated doctors that disagreed with this mainstream narrative were getting banned. And the dude, I can't remember his name. I wish I could, but the dude who invented mRNA vaccines was on there and went against the narrative and got ostracized. The dude who invented this kind of vaccine, it's unbelievable. So and that step three, just remember in your mind that if an idea requires suppression to exist, it's a horrible idea, and it's most likely a PSYOP. Good ideas don't need to suppress other people. Good ideas travel on their own. Good ideas spread on their own. It doesn't need suppression by itself.